bag for it.
Head to your pickup at 79 Cedar Hill Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn right on Hope Street.
Shalom, people. It is Thursday, 10:33 in the p.m. at what is it, 16th of April. This is New Jersey Ride. I'm Brother D.I.K. You already know why I'm out here. Say it with me. We picking people up and dropping them off. Nothing to it. Anybody could do it. Not anybody should, though. Anyway, we out here. For the next 8 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours. Who the hell knows? Depends on how I'm feeling. Shout outs to everybody who's doing it. Lyft, Uber, Via. Pick up yourself. You could be doing anything else. If I know anything, I know the type of people you are who do this. You're doing this because you don't want to do other shit. Like me, I can't go back to work for the man. And I damn sure can't go back to work for a woman. It's just not in my nature. That aside, shout outs to everybody who's doing it. Shout outs to all cab drivers, bus drivers, limo drivers, um, light rail operators, train engineers, and their conductors. Shout outs to everybody who's driving trucks, the heartbeat of America, the blood flow of the country. Big up yourselves. Thank you for your service. Shout outs to everybody at FedEx, UPS, the post office, and Amazon. And everybody at the 24-hour convenience stores, like the Quick Checks and the Wawas and the 7-Elevens. And the gas stations that are 24 hours, the Shells, the Exxons, the BPs, the Mobiles, the Luke Oils, the Speedways. I don't even know how much I spent on gas today. It doesn't matter. I had to get it anyway, right?
Turn right on Cedar Hill Avenue.
We out here.
In a quarter mile, pick up Gabriella.
Hi, I'm Kim Bennell in Wanganui, New Zealand. It's Thursday, April 16th. Today, Pakistan's army chief visits Tehran as Trump says the Iran war is close to over. Back home, Trump threatens to fire Jerome Powell from the Federal Reserve Board. Warnings over how you speak to your AI should it end up in court. And a court finds Live Nation and Ticketmaster illegally monopolized live event markets, but don't expect cheap tickets too soon. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week.
And we're back in Miller's Yard. Despite the heat, their True Green lawn is thriving.
They got a lawn like a golf course here in New York without wasting your weekend. And PGA Tour golfers started showing up.
Like this, bro. Amazed this grass looks this good in this heat.
Has to clear the patio furniture and the sandbox.
Oh, perfectly struck.
True Green, the easiest way to get a golf course quality lawn. Don't wait. Tap the screen now to sign up at truegreen.com. Exclusions apply. See truegreen.com for details.
Pakistan's army chief is in Tehran, part of an apparent push to keep a fragile ceasefire between the US and Iran from falling apart. There's a lot of optimism from the markets, which are already pricing in an end to the conflict, and from US President Donald Trump, who says the war is, quote, close to ending.
Hello, how are you?
Trump told ABC News, "I think you're going to be watching an amazing 2 days ahead." White House reporter Steve Holland says part of this is about projection.
What we are told is that they're trying to extend the ceasefire beyond the 2-week period, which expires next week, and then have another round of talks and talk about Iran's nuclear program and try to put some controls on that and straighten out who controls the Strait of Hormuz and allow the free flow of oil through that strategic waterway. We're not sure that it's going to be the most exciting 2 days that he talks about. It's probably going to take a little longer. Days are here again. Let's move on. Let's get gas prices down. And that's just not where things are at just yet.
The White House says in Lebanon, brothers Wael and Ali Sabah watch as an excavator was their family home. Their mother and brother were both killed in the Israeli strike responsible.
We actually couldn't identify the building. Couldn't know because, as you can tell, it's half gone.
It's not safe to go south to bury their loved ones where tradition dictates, in their ancestral lands. Instead, like others in South Lebanon, they've been forced to bury them in temporary graves in US President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that the leaders of both countries will talk today. Washington has been pressuring Israel to agree to a deal, worried Israel's ongoing strikes in Lebanon could risk the ceasefire with Iran. Trump says he just met Chinese President Xi Jinping, asking Beijing not to give Iran weapons. And he says Xi wrote back saying he's not doing that. But Reuters China bureau chief Kevin Kwollecki says have been close.
Our own reporting has suggested that right up until the cusp of the current conflict, Iran was negotiating to buy advanced supersonic missiles, anti-ship missiles from China. Analysts believe Iran has been able to use China's Beidou satellite navigation system during the war.
Kevin says Xi Jinping has been walking a tightrope of the war in Iran when it comes to US relations.
He said that international relations had to be governed by the rule of law and could not fall back into the law of the jungle, which is a direct swipe at Trump. China has called for a ceasefire, has called for an end to hostilities. The pressure, though, in recent days has changed because of the blockade. And before this conflict, China had been importing something like 80% of Iranian oil exports. That's 12% of its total supply. It has a stockpile, but that stockpile is now measured in months.
Back in the US, President Trump is threatening to fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell if he doesn't. Powell's term as chair ends on May 15th. Powell's seat on the board is distinct from his position as chair, and Trump's threat to target that seat intensifies a connotation that sounds to leadership change. Even so, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says he's optimistic the nominee to replace Powell as chair won't be delayed.
And I am very optimistic that Kevin Warsh will be the chair of the Fed on time.
For more, here's host of Reuters Econ World, Carl Crimmins.
Fed chairs usually leave the bank when their term ends, but Powell said last month he's no intention until the Fed ends. He says that probe is just a pretext to pressure to lower rates. Down on that investigation. The standoff could hold up Kevin Warsh's confirmation as the next Fed chair. And even if he does get confirmed, if Powell remains on the board, that could mean less of a free hand for Warsh in setting monetary policy. Past Reuters Econ World. The latest episode dropped on Wednesday, all about the economics of Australia's $60 cigarettes. We'll put a link to that episode in today's show notes.
What separates AI? You Can With AI podcast unpacks how leading organizations are moving faster. AI now on Spotify.
Sources say US regulators are examining an almost $1 billion bet placed on oil prices just hours before the United States and Iran announced a ceasefire. The trade is one of several now under review, made shortly before major shifts in President Donald Trump's Iran war policy. The head of the US Commodity Futures and Trading Commission, Michael Selig, says in remarks to be delivered to Congress today that the agency will go after wrongdoers, though he does not reference any specific investigation. The White House has warned staff against improperly leveraging their positions to place bets in futures markets during the war. President Donald Trump has posted an image of Jesus embracing him. It's a war of words with hope shows no sign of abating. Pope Leo, speaking in Cameroon, told crowds that peace is threatened by the whims of the rich and powerful. Trump has been feuding with the leader of the Catholic Church, calling him liberal and weak on crime in the wake of the Pope's criticism of war. Reuters Vatican reporter with Pope Leo and says while Pope Leo has not in recent days called out Trump by name, he is getting his message across.
The Pope gave remarks to us on the people plane traveling from Algeria to Cameroon, more centered on his usual message. And the Pope also chose to speak in English. He doesn't always do that. The Pope normally speaks in Italian, but Leo obviously is an American. And today on the plane, he spoke only in English, which maybe was a little sign that he wanted what he was saying to be heard in the U.S. media or the U.S. realm.
A few big stories from the AI world now. Some lawyers in the US are warning their clients that chats with AI are not private and are advising them not to treat AI bots like trusted confidants when their freedom or legal liability is on the line. It comes after a federal judge ruled earlier this year that a former CEO of a financial services company could not keep his AI chats from prosecutors who were pursuing securities fraud charges. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman is asking the judge to dismiss punitive damages claims in a civil lawsuit brought by his sister, who accuses him of repeated sexual abuse. Denies the allegations and is countersuing his sister for defamation, seeking $1 in damages. And finally today, one for the live music fans. The jury has found Ticketmaster and its parent company, Live Nation, illegally monopolized US shares of ticket rivals like Vivid Seats and StubHub jumped on the prospect that they might get more room to compete. But as Reuters' Jody Godaway explains, when fans might feel the difference is still up in the air. So
It's not entirely clear yet what this means for concert goers. The jury did find that the anti-competitive conduct caused damages, at least in New York State, overcharges of average of $1.72 per ticket. So whether fans will get that money back, how that will go, it's still not clear. One of the things the states could seek going forward in the case is structural remedies. That means potential breakups. We don't yet know if they're going to try to seek to have Live Nation sell off Ticketmaster. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player.
Optimism at the White House. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. President Trump telling reporters he believes the deal with Iran may be very close and that they will not have nuclear weapons.
The next round of talks may happen this weekend. There were reports this morning that the White House was swatting down a Reuters report circulating, claiming that the U.S. was scaling back its ambitions for this peace agreement, to Iranian sources, claiming that the U.S. was pursuing potentially a 20-year moratorium on enrichment while Iran was asking for 3 to 5.
Set to expire next week. The president announcing a new ceasefire today between Israel and Lebanon, where Israeli forces have battled Iran proxy Hezbollah. The president just posting that he's nominating Dr. Erica Schwartz to be CDC director. She's a former deputy surgeon general. His nominee for surgeon general has been stalled, partly over concerns about vaccine views. That remains a concern for some lawmakers after changes in the recommended schedule of vaccines for children, which has been challenged in court, but also budget hearing that on a number of issues, the status quo was failing.
As my uncle, President John F. Kennedy, said, progress is a knife.
He's ending an era of federal policies that he says fueled a chronic disease epidemic. Justice is now investigating former Congressman Eric Swalwell in connection with allegations of sexual assault. Several women have accused him of his conduct. Swalwell has called allegations false. Another record day on Wall Street. The Dow up 114 at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey, Brian Kilmeade here with a listening tip for you, so listen up. If you missed the Brian Kilmeade Show or any other of your Fox News favorites, don't worry. You can stream previously aired shows with Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app. Busy workdays don't mean you have to miss out on the news. Listen to your Fox shows on your time with Odyssey. To get started, just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio. That's AUDACY.
The Utah judge overseeing the case against accused Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson unseals an ATF report.
Judge Tony Graff unsealing a ballistics report from the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives that could not conclusively match a bullet fragment recovered during Charlie Kirk's autopsy to a rifle found near the scene of his killing. However, the report did confirm a match to a used casing. The tested material includes a deformed/damaged piece of bullet jacket and 4 lead fragments. Prosecutors allege separate testing found DNA and 3 is charged with aggravated murder in the September killing of Kirk at Utah Valley University. Prosecutors intend to seek the death penalty. The 22-year-old.
And Robinson is due back in court tomorrow for a hearing on the defense motion to exclude news cameras from future proceedings. Cleanup continues in Milwaukee after a month's worth of rain in just a few hours. Latest
the city of Milwaukee's drainage system not enough to handle the amount of rain that came pouring down over several days, with more storms Wednesday flooding numerous structures and major roadways. Mayor Cavalier Johnson.
I saw cars that were floating in the streets, and I know the awful feeling somebody shared as water filled their basement. I had a little water in the basement in my house, too.
Milwaukee police and fire crews responding to over 60 emergency flooding calls and rescues overnight.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. Some of the hardest hit areas still flooded, with the region expecting more storms tomorrow. The Artemis 2 astronauts holding their first news conference since their record-setting trip around the moon.
We've done this together.
lifted our hearts.
Christina Cook says they just wanted to make a difference. Recapping stocks, the Dow up 115, new highs for the S&P and the NASDAQ. Sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
I'm Mackenzie Sagalis, and this is your CNBC Tech Check briefing. Anthropic is planning a major expansion in London, where the company has secured office space with capacity for 800 people. The move comes after a campaign by the United Kingdom to woo the U.S. company following its fallout with the Pentagon earlier this year. The announcement comes in the same week.
Hello, how are you?
Plans for its first permanent London office. Meanwhile, Wednesday, in protest to policy changes to seller proceeds. Those changes include levying a 3.5% fuel charge, and sellers are concerned the policies will strangle their cash flow. And finally, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Increase in first quarter profit on Thursday, beating estimates and hitting a fresh record that shows demand for AI chips remains strong. The company set its fourth consecutive quarterly record for revenue. TSMC said advanced chips accounted for 75% of total wafer revenue in the quarter. That's all for today. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
This Tech Check briefing is sponsored by Comcast Business. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business helps turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. Powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
The president, anything to say? We'll be meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, as you know, and the president of Lebanon, and
הקטע שעדיין נשארו להם, גם בזה נצטרך לטפל. כחלק מאותה התקדמות להסכם ביטחון, להסכם שלום, אבל יש דבר נוסף.
New York and Los Angeles, this is Democracy Now!
I mean, I view it as very close to over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild that country. and we're not finished.
As President Trump claims once again that the Iranian is almost over, following the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports and Iran's threats to retaliate by disrupting shipping in the Red Sea and the Sea of Oman. We'll get the latest. Then to Sudan.
3 years since the war in Sudan began. It is a tragic milestone in the conflict that has shattered the country and immense promise.
Into the wood chipper, a whistleblower's account. Administration reported in the USA. We'll speak to a former USA official about the inside story of what happened when Elon Musk and Doge dismantled the agency. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Nadmeen Sheikh. The Senate has rejected a resolution seeking to rein in President Trump's ability to wage war against Iran. On Wednesday, all Senate Republicans, except for Kentucky's Rand Paul, voted against the resolution, which failed in a vote of 47 to 52. Every Democrat, except Pennsylvania's John Fetterman, voted in favor of it. The House is set to vote on a similar measure this afternoon. Meanwhile, senators voted down a resolution seeking to halt the sale of armored bulldozers, 1,000-pound bombs, and other hardware to Israel's military, despite Israel's repeated use of U.S. weapons to commit war crimes. The resolutions were sponsored by Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders.
Israel did not have the right to violate international law and wage an all-out war of unspeakable destruction against the entire Palestinian people in what experts have correctly concluded is a genocide.
40 of the Senate's 47 Democrats voted for at least one resolution. The 7 Democrats who sided with Senate Republicans in opposition are Richard Blumenthal, Chris Coons, Catherine Cortez Masto, John Fetterman, Kirsten Gillibrand, Jackie Rosen, and Chuck Schumer, the Democratic minority leader. The nonprofit A New Policy, which was founded by former State Department officials who resigned in protest of U.S. policies in Israel, said Wednesday's vote shows for the first time that an overwhelming majority of Senate Democrats oppose unconditional aid to Israel. They added, quote, "American politics are changing and eventually American policies will follow," unquote. Iran's military warned Wednesday it will expand its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz to include the Sea of Oman and the Red Sea, unless the United States ends its naval blockade of Iranian ports. Iran's threat of escalation came as U.S. Central Command said its naval forces have completely halted trade going in and out of Iran by sea, with at least 10 vessels forced to turn around so far. Meanwhile, the White House said it was optimistic about continuing negotiations between the U.S. and Iran after a high-level Pakistani delegation arrives in Tehran, seeking to lay the groundwork for a second round of talks with the U.S. Pakistani officials said they're expecting a, quote, major breakthrough, while a spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry said he remains skeptical.
It remains to be seen to what extent the other side is truly serious about the claims they've made regarding diplomacy. It is the Americans who must prove their seriousness, because they have not only failed to...
In southern Lebanon, at least 20 people were killed in Israeli strikes on Wednesday, just one day after Lebanese and Israeli envoys held the first direct talks between the two countries in more than 3 decades. Among the dead were 4 paramedics killed in a so-called triple tap strike while on an emergency rescue mission. This comes as a senior Lebanese security official tells Reuters that an Israeli strike has severed the last bridge linking southern Lebanon to the rest of the country. Lebanon's health ministry reports at least 2,167 people have been killed and more than 7,000 wounded in Israeli strikes since March 2nd. More than 1.2 million people, including 350,000 children, have been forced to flee their homes. This is while Sabah, who lost his mother and brother in an Israeli strike.
We should have to go through this. Unfortunately, my brother, sister, and I are not the only ones that are going through this. Hundreds, if not thousands, on that day, families are mourning in the same way that I am.
In the Gaza Strip, Palestinians held a funeral procession Wednesday for 5 people killed in an Israeli airstrike near a camp in Al-Shadi refugee camp, in a cafe in an Al-Shadi refugee camp in western Gaza City.
We are also human beings, and we have the right to live. We love life. We are not terrorists, as the occupation claims. What gave the occupation an excuse to continue killing us daily.
Earlier today, an Israeli drone strike to 767 since the U.S. would cease. The U.S. usually says it's day. The Pentagon offered no evidence that the boat was carrying drugs, describing those killed as, quote, narco-terrorists. On Tuesday, a similar U.S. strike against an alleged drug boat in the Eastern Pacific killed 4 people, while a strike Monday killed 2 people, according to the U.S. military. The latest strikes bring the Pentagon's claimed death toll to at least 178 since the operations began in the Eastern Pacific. At least 53 vessels have been targeted. International legal experts and human rights groups say the strikes amount to extrajudicial killings. House Democrats have filed 6 articles of impeachment against Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. The articles were introduced by Democratic Congressmember Yasamin Ansari of Arizona. The articles accuse Hegseth of running an unauthorized war against Iran without congressional approval. Armed conflict, including the bombing of a girls' school in Minab, Iran, the reckless handling of sensitive military information in connection with the Signal Gate scandal, obstructing congressional oversight, the abuse of power and politicization of the armed forces, and engaging in conduct bringing disrepute upon the U.S. armed forces. At least 8 Democratic lawmakers have signed on as co-sponsors, but the measure has virtually no chance of passing given the current majority in Congress. Congressmember Ansari said in a statement, quote, "Only Congress has the power to declare war, not a rogue president or his lackeys." A new analysis by The Guardian finds that the world's top 100 oil and gas companies banked more than $30 million in windfall profits per hour in the first month of the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. Saudi Aramco, Gazprom, and ExxonMobil are among the biggest beneficiaries. Collectively, oil and gas companies stand to make $234 billion by the end of the year if oil prices continue to average $100 per barrel. Meanwhile, dozens of countries face budget shortfalls after cutting fuel taxes to help struggling consumers. In southern Turkey, a 14-year-old armed with 5 guns and 7 opened fire inside a middle school on Wednesday, killing at least 9 people and wounding 13 others before reportedly taking his own life. The attacker used weapons taken from his father, a former police officer. Mass shootings are extremely rare in Turkey, which has strict gun control laws. However, Wednesday's massacre was the second school shooting in just 48 hours. A day earlier, 16 people were injured when a former student opened fire in a high school elsewhere in southern Turkey. This is an eyewitness.
He was a kid, about 17 or 18 years old, who suddenly walked through the school's front door. He just started shooting directly at whoever came in front of him from inside, and then all the students and teachers started screaming, and everyone scattered in different directions.
Meanwhile, in Oklahoma, Pauls Valley High School principal Kirk Moore suffered a gunshot wound last week after tackling a 20-year-old students were injured and the man was arrested. Prosecutors say he sought to carry out a mass shooting like the 1999 Columbine High School massacre. According to the Gun Violence Archive, the U.S. has logged 106 mass shootings since January 1st, an average. A federal jury in Manhattan found Wednesday that Live Nation and its subsidiary Ticketmaster operated as a monopoly that harmed consumers and overcharged ticket buyers. 33 states and the District of Columbia sued Live Nation, arguing that the company used threats and retaliation to pressure artists and venues into using their services, including withholding lucrative concert tours from venues that did not sign exclusive deals with Ticketmaster. A judge will hold a second trial to determine whether to order a breakup of the company. Live Nation plans to appeal. And thousands of people took to the streets in cities across the U.S. on Wednesday, Tax Day, protesting the use of their tax dollars to fund wars, genocide, and immigration enforcement. The nationwide day of action included demonstrations in New York, Washington, D.C., Chicago, San Francisco, Dallas, and elsewhere. It was organized by the U.S. Palestinian Community Network and Taxpayers Against Genocide and endorsed by a broad coalition of civil society groups, including the Council on American Islamic Relations. Meanwhile, New York Governor Kathy Hochul has proposed an annual tax on second homes in New York City that are worth $5 million or more. Mayor Zohran Mamdani is backing the measure. In a tax day message, Mamdani spoke outside the 24,000 square foot Manhattan penthouse of hedge fund CEO Ken
You're welcome so much. Have a good day.
Now, it's coming to an end. This tax will raise at least $500 million directly. Things like free childcare, cleaner streets, and safer neighborhoods. As mayor, I believe everyone has a role to play in contributing to our city, and some a little bit more than others. Happy Tax Day, New York.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the peaceful I'm Nadine Shade in New York.
And I'm Amy Goodman in Los Angeles, here for the theatrical release of the documentary Steal This Story, Please. About 30 years of Democracy Now! We're doing fundraisers around the country for public media. Friday is for Pacifica Station KPFK in Los Angeles at the Laemmle Royal in West LA. You can check our website at democracynow.org. We then head off to the Bay Area, San Francisco and Berkeley, and then to Seattle and Portland and beyond. Welcome to our listeners, readers, and viewers around the country and around the world.
Iran's military says it will begin disrupting shipping in the Sea of Oman and Red Sea if the United States does not end its naval blockade of Iranian ports. Iran's threat of escalation came as U.S. Central Command said U.S. forces have completely halted maritime trade to and from Iran, with at least 10 vessels forced to turn around. At a press conference today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the U.S. plans to enforce the blockade. Iran effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz in early March, disrupting global oil and trade markets. On Wednesday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was questioned about the Navy blockade of Iranian ports.
Is there a timeline for how long this blockade is going to remain in place in the Strait of Hormuz by the United States that President Trump has voiced to you or that you've heard among officials?
Sure. I will never set timelines on behalf of the President of the United States, but with respect to the blockade, as you know, it has been fully implemented and it's being enforced against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports. I want to make that point clear. I've seen some misreporting on that as well. This includes all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. And our U.S. forces in the region are supporting the freedom of navigation for vessels that are transiting the strait to and from non-Iranian ports. So I know some in the press were confused about that. We are supporting the freedom of navigation, just not with respect to any tanker or vessel that would benefit the economy of Iran as these negotiations continue.
Carolyn Leavitt went on to say that the White House is optimistic about continuing negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. On Wednesday, a high-level Pakistani delegation traveled to Tehran for a possible second round of talks. We go now to London, where we're joined by Leila Khalili. She's a professor of studies at the University of Exeter and author of several books, including Extractive Capitalism, How Commodities and Cronyism Drive the Global Economy, as well as Sinews of War and Trade, Shipping and Capitalism in the Arabian Peninsula. I can't think of any time that your work was more relevant than now, Professor. Let's start off with this naval blockade of Iranian ports entering its fourth day. The blockade is being enforced, according to CENTCOM, by 10,000 U.S. troops, over a dozen warships, dozens of
Hello, how are you?
Can you explain exactly what's happening?
Jonathan,
And
right?
for the geographically challenged, the difference between the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf, and now it's extending beyond to the Red Sea and the Sea of Oman.
Okay, thank you very much for having me on. This is a terrible way for my area of expertise to actually be of relevance. First, the geography of the area. The Persian or Arabian Gulf sits between Iran on the north, a sliver of Iraq on the west, and then the various countries that are known as emirates or kingdoms of the Gulf: Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates around the southern shore of the Persian Gulf. Where the Persian Gulf meets the Gulf of Oman on the other side, that's the Strait of Hormuz, which, depending on how you measure it, it's around 25 to 30 nautical miles. So the Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz in the north, between Iran in the north and the Musandam Peninsula, which is an extension of Oman in the south. So in fact, the water of the Strait of Hormuz is divided between those. There is no high seas. This is territorial waters divided evenly between the two countries. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that, of course, the whole Iran has basically lies on the entire northern shore of the Persian Gulf, but also the Gulf of Oman. So it does have capacities. In fact, one of Iran's big ports, in which India invested, Chabahar, is in the eastern part of Iran, in the northern shore of the Gulf of Oman. Red Sea is on the other. The Red Sea is on the other side of the Arabian Peninsula. So the Red Sea lies on the western shore of Saudi Arabia, and the way that Iran can disrupt trade in the Red Sea is through firing missiles. For example, as it has done already to the port of Yanbu, which is a oil lifting port for Saudi Arabia on the Red Sea, but also through possibly having its ally, the Ansar Allah of Yemen, which are otherwise also known as the Houthis, disrupting trade there as they did during the Israeli genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. But there are a couple of things about the blockade question that I think is really important to know. So the US stopped completely and totally the trade of oil out of Iran, or indeed has blockaded any kind of ships going to or from Iran. In fact, reporting from shipping companies that actually track this stuff comes back that in the 4 days since the blockade has started, somewhere between 14 to 15 ships have gone through the Strait of Hormuz, at least half of them to Iran. And the way that they have done so is either through routes that obviously the US is incapable of or not particularly good at policing, through spoofing their automatic identification system. Spoofing is this process where the automatic identification system is essentially presented as somebody else's ID system, indicating a different country or different flag country for the ship. And or ships have gone dark, which is something that happens all the time. In fact, when I traveled on a freighter many years ago, 10, 11 years ago, one of the things that was most striking when going through the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and in the Persian Gulf, was the extent to which warships, particularly US or the EU warships, actually turned off their AIS and went dark. So this is a practice, although a lot of people like to present it as some kind of a nefarious thing. If we are going to think of it as nefarious, in fact, a lot of ships take part in this practice of going dark, including especially the United States. In fact, this is in the case of U.S. naval ships, has resulted in all sorts of problems, collisions indeed, with U.S. Navy ships. Now, in terms of the actual blockade and the effects it's having, I was just looking at the Bloomberg today, and forgive me as I read this out because it was really striking to me. Bloomberg, which is of course one of the most reliable financial reporting sites anywhere in the world, reports that we are moving from short-term jolt to long-term shock as the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market takes place. So this is what's happening, and obviously the blockade continues because before the U.S. and Israeli war on Iran started on the 28th of February, somewhere between 170 ships a day, the Strait of Hormuz. Now it's only 14 to 15. And one of the things that this has meant is that about 10 million barrels per day of oil supply has been lost. This includes, although of course the primary people being punished by this shortage of oil are the economies in Asia. In fact, it actually also affects the United States because some of the last ships that left the Persian Gulf before the war started were actually delivering their supplies now. So we are going to see the effects of the blockade in the coming week or two. And apparently one of these ships actually arrived in California because unlike the rest of the United States, California actually does receive oil from the Middle East, and its refineries use a medium sour oil, a kind of a medium grade, and sour meaning high sulfur kind of oil that comes specifically from the Middle East. So the effects of this are of course being felt incredibly widely. Another really striking statistic was that an actual real world barrel of oil was sold in Sri Lanka at more than $280 a barrel. That is double what the price is going elsewhere. Incredibly striking. What the blockade might mean, of course, is that the U.S. will start firing on ships that it assumes are Iranian or carrying oil from Iran or other cargo to Iran. But of course, if it does so, violating the ceasefire. And if it does so outside the context of ceasefire, Iran can interpret this as a belligerent action because, of course, a blockade is exactly that, particularly as it is blockading Iran in its territorial waters. So the state that we're in is that, of course, we're not getting any reliable or whatsoever. And the state of play in the region, of course, is that Iran is going to defend itself against this imperial imposition, and how it's going to do that remains to be seen.
Lale, as you mentioned, despite the fact that the U.S. says that its blockade is entirely effective and no ships are getting through, at least 14 to 15 have got through, including several Iranian ships. Now, the Washington Post reported just yesterday that more troops are expected, U.S. troops are expected to arrive in the region, an additional 6,000 to arrive soon, and 4,000 to arrive at the end of the month. I mean, if you could say something about what would make, and whether those troops, and obviously this is speculation, whether they might help to impose a more total blockade, or, you know, where you see this going.
It's really difficult to say, again, in part because reporting on this war has been so drastically narrowed, and that there's so much misinformation coming from the United States and its allies in the region, both the Arab Gulf Emirates as well as Israel. And of course, there is little reporting that comes from the Iranian side that is completely and totally verifiable. There's an interest in by everybody to sort of not give the whole picture. In the case of the troops arriving, I wonder how many of those troops that are arriving were the troops that were on the way when a couple of weeks ago the U.S. declared that there was going to be airborne troops deployed to Iran. There's also some question for me, and it's not a question that only I'm asking. I'm really curious as to why the pilot that was downed, the the two pilots that were ostensibly rescued a couple of weeks ago, have not appeared on any television shows. They have not been paraded around as such things are customary. And indeed, whether or not the story of pilot rescue was actually cover for a trial run of taking away Iran's uranium near Isfahan. So to me, it's unclear how the arrival, even of another 15 or 20,000 troops, are going to accomplish this. Because in addition to obviously the troops arriving, you're going to need to have equipment arriving as well. You're going to have more ships, etc. And so this and also elsewhere in the world as it shifts its ships to the region. This also indicates to some extent that perhaps what the aim of the Trump administration is to return to hostilities after the problem with, of course, this is that there is so much that in the first couple of weeks of the accelerate in a number of different areas. So obviously, as I said, about 10 million barrels per day of oil has been taken out of the market. But in addition to that, there was reporting today that there's going to be an incredible shortage of aluminium, as aluminium smelters in the Gulf have either been hit, and in one case there was a very dramatically describing instance where an aluminium smelter in Abu Dhabi was hit, and the actual molten aluminium froze in the pipes, making, I mean, they would have to basically replace a lot of the equipment in those. With aluminium, actually, prices are being at a 4-year high, as higher than it has ever been since the Russian war in Ukraine. There's also, China has just banned the export of sulfuric acid, which is really incredibly necessary for the production of semiconductors. Helium reserves are down massively because, of course, Qatar was one of the world's biggest, Ras Al Khaimah plant was the world's single largest producer of helium, although the US is the largest country producer of helium. And with helium being, the helium amounts being down, semiconductor manufacturers, including chip makers, chip makers, and of course, given the way that the market is so overblown and there's such a big bubble around AI, there's probably going to be a shift chip makers, but of course that's going to be, out to the profits in the pockets of the tech bros. And what that indicates, of course, is that this is going to also hit people. Is going to actually be felt even more strongly in the coming weeks in both inflationary terms and the inflation in the price of petrol at the petrol pump. Transportation costs are going to be higher, so food prices are going to be higher. When people's MRIs are going to be scheduled out by 6 months or some such, when semiconductor manufacturing is going to be affected, this is going to be quite significant. The other factor in all of this, of course, is the question of insurance. And a lot of insurance providers have actually either suspended providing insurance to any ships in the whole of the Middle East region, the whole of the sort of region surrounding the Arabian Peninsula, or have increased their war risk premium incredibly in a very kind of dramatic sort of way. Now, the U.S. has kind of promised since the beginning of the war that it is going to cover the insurance, be a kind of a backstop for insurance. The U.S. International Development Finance Corporation has talked about how it is moving toward sort of working with private insurance providers to insure about $40 billion worth of ships. But that's actually like a drop in the bucket, because in the early part of the war, JP Morgan estimated that the actual amount needed for ships that are in the Gulf is, as a minimum, is $352 billion. So this would be 10% of the amount of ships. So again, this combination of both the market, the logic of commercial risk on the one hand, but on the other hand, the fact that Iran poses a credible threat to ships in the Strait of Hormuz, in the Gulf of Oman, and both directly and via its allies and Ansar Allah in the Red Sea, means that I actually think that the crisis is only going to get kind of more horrific before it gets any better.
Laleh Khalili, thanks so much for joining us, Professor of Gulf Studies at the University of Exeter and author of several books, including Extractive Capitalism, How Commodities and Cronyism Drive the Global Economy, and Sinews of War and Trade, Shipping and Capitalism, the Arabian Peninsula. When we come back, the ongoing civil war in Sudan enters its fourth year, creating what the United Nations calls the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Stay with us.
Sola voy con mi pena, sola va mi condena. Correr es mi destino para burlar la ley, perdida en el corazón de la grande Babilón. Me dicen clandestino. A la ciudad del norte yo me fui a trabajar. Mi vida la dejé entre Tijuana y Bagdad. Soy una raya en el mar, fantasma en la ciudad. Mi vida va prohibida, dice la autoridad.
¿Qué será de nosotros si no pensamos en los niños? This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nermeen Sheikh with Amy Goodman. The ongoing civil war in Sudan enters its fourth year today, creating what the United Nations calls the world's worst humanitarian crisis. The country has been engulfed in civil war since April 2023, when fighting erupted between the Sudanese Armed Forces, SAF, and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF. The war quickly drew in local militias as well as foreign powers. The United Arab Emirates, in particular, has been accused of aiding the RSF. The US government and a UN fact-finding mission have accused RSF and allied fighters of committing genocide.
The death toll from 3 years of war remains unclear. The National Health Ministry says 11,000 civilians have been killed, but some estimates are as high as 430 humanitarian assistance, according to the United Nations. A new report from the Norwegian Refugee Council says in the two areas hit hardest by the conflict, North Darfur and South Kordofan, millions of people get only one meal a day, if any. On Thursday, international leaders pledged $1.5 billion for humanitarian aid in Sudan. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, quote, "This nightmare must end," and called for an immediate end to hostilities. The French foreign minister spoke at the meeting.
Today, I want to speak to the people of Sudan, to the Sudanese armed forces and the rapid support forces. I say this once again, there is an alternative to negotiation and peace, starting by agreeing to the ceasefire proposed by the Quad. Together with its partners, France stands ready to contribute to a monitoring and verification mechanism to ensure its implementation.
That was French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot. The International Sudan Conference in Berlin was supposed to help revive faltering negotiations to end the fighting, but the two sides fighting the war were excluded. The Sudanese foreign minister criticized Western leaders for not coordinating with Khartoum, describing the conference as a, quote, colonial tutelage approach. For more on Sudan, we're joined now by Khulud Khair, a Sudanese political analyst and head of Confluence Advisory, a think tank founded in Khartoum. She joins us today from Nairobi. Welcome back to the show, Khulud. If you could just share your reflections on these 3 years of war in Sudan, and also your response to this Berlin conference that's ongoing.
So, the war in Sudan has really, plunged the country, and more importantly, its civilians, into just the depths of hell. We have seen that it's not just become the world's largest humanitarian crisis, as the UN points out, but also the world's largest hunger crisis, the world's largest displacement crisis, and the world's largest sexual violence crisis. But this war is, not just on the bodies of civilians by happenstance. It's not incidental to the fighting. It is precisely the point. This war is a war of succession between the SAF and the RSF, who want to inherit the state of dictator Bashir, and they're doing so in large part not just by fighting each other, but also by diminishing as much as possible the revolutionary fervor and the calls for civilian democratic rule in Sudan. They're doing this by effectively fighting a war against civilians, ensuring that, as a UN report today said, 71% of the country is below the poverty line, that you have Sudan's production capacity in just 3 years, and things seem set to get worse, particularly as the agricultural season, which many will rely on to stay food security is likely to fail as a result of fertilizer prices owing to the war in the Gulf. When it comes to the Berlin conference, it very much set out to really focus attention on what is happening to civilians. So there was a component about the humanitarian impact of this war, alongside a pledging conference for the humanitarian aid, which, as you said, raised $1.5 billion. There was a ministerial conference also to recommit from the international community some level of, commitment towards a ceasefire. It was about getting different civilians from different walks of life, from different political backgrounds together. And this is really the thing that both the Sudanese Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces object to. They don't just object to not being invited, they object to the fact that civilians are being centered rather than they themselves, when they themselves have multiple platforms in which they can get global attention. What they're really afraid of here is that Sudanese civilians will come together, create a lot of international pressure for the war to end. And so what they have been doing on the ground in real time is militarizing society in Sudan, militarizing the economy, and basically ensuring that a lot of people who want access to resources, who want access to services, and want access to livelihoods and money, pick up a gun to do so. That what they're hoping to do is, by militarizing the context in Sudan, that any calls for civilian democratic rule are pushed to the wayside.
The United Nations World Food Program reports that close to 25 million people are suffering from acute hunger, 2 million face famine or risk of famine. How has the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran and the disruption of the Strait of Hormuz?
Here's good. Or should I go up a little further?
Let's get right here.
Okay.
Have a good night.
You as well.
Support force and the Rapid Sudan forces.
So what we have right now is that it's April. Next month in May is generally the planting season. Then you have the rainy season from late June to late September. Thereafter you have the harvest. And so what is needed right now in April is fuel for any kind of mechanical equipment required for farming, as well as for agricultural inputs like fertilizer, seeds, and others. Right now, because of the issues around the Strait of Hormuz, but also the links to natural gas production, which produces a lot of the byproducts, including fertilizer, what you have is in Sudan an inability to get access to much more into the conflict itself, in the Gulf that is not just made between Iran on one side,
region, Sudan's neighbors. You've said that there's not a single one of Sudan's neighbors that are not in some way involved or invested in the war.
Sudan has 7 neighbors, all of which it shares very porous borders with. And what we have seen is that the western neighbors of Sudan, whether that's Libya, Chad, the Central African Republic, all 3 have been implicated in reporting of supply lines coming through the countries into Darfur for the RSF, originating from the UAE, according to reporting out there. What we've also seen is that recently Reuters reporting on Ethiopia having some of its bases being used by the RSF, as well as parts of South Sudan being used as a staging ground for some of the RSF attacks in the southeasterly region of Blue Nile. At the same time, we have Eritrea to the east of Sudan, which has been reportedly training militias close to and allied to the Sudanese armed forces, and Egypt similarly also hosting some military assets close to the Sudanese border, and at the same time bombing some of these weapon supply lines in southeastern Libya. There are also some reports that the Egyptians have used American-made F-16s also in some of the campaigns in, for example, the capital Khartoum. And so in some way or other, all of these countries are involved in either allowing space for weapons transfers or actively engage in training or military operations. You also have the fact that a lot of Sudanese are displaced to some of these countries, and there's a serious security concerns about the status of Sudanese in these countries, most notably in Egypt, where we have seen many Sudanese refugees, even those carrying UNHCR refugee cards, being detained by the Egyptian authorities, and some of whom have died in detention. This, of course, without a peep from the Sudanese armed forces allied to them in Sudan. So what you have is, Sudan's people being displaced to these countries being actively engaged to some lesser or greater degree in the war, and at the same time you have Sudan's resources coming out of Sudan almost always illegally being smuggled into these countries, whether it's Egypt or Chad or South Sudan, with a lot of Sudanese products, for example, like gum arabic, very essential for the food and pharmaceutical industry, being labeled as products of those countries. Gold, of course, has been also smuggled through some of these countries, adding a lot of economic buffers to those countries themselves, and then being exported elsewhere. Who, as I've said earlier, are under very, very dire economic constraints as a result of the war. What this means is that really none of Sudan's neighbors can be counted upon to be arbiters of this conflict, or indeed champions for peace, if they are profiting from it in more ways than one.
Khulud Khair, thank you so much for joining us, a Sudanese political analyst and head of Confluence Advisory, a think tank founded in Khartoum. Coming up, Into the Wood Chipper, a whistleblower's account of how the Trump administration down here and say that by Dear Hoof. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Naveen Sheikh in New York with Amy Goodman in Los Angeles. We spend the rest of the hour looking at the dismantling of the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, founded in 90 funded global health programs around the world. Since 2000 alone, USAID programs saved more than 92 million lives, according to an independent analysis published by The Lancet. Early in President Trump's second term, USAID found itself in the crosshairs of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, led by billionaire Elon Musk. In the middle of the night, on February 3rd, 2025, Musk posted on X, quote, "We spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper. Could have gone to some great parties, did that instead."
Nicholas Enrich is a former civil servant who worked at USAID through 4 administrations. He served as a director of policy, programs, and planning in the Bureau of Global Health until January 2025. He was placed on administrative leave for exposing the Trump administration's illegitimate and dangerous dismantling of the agency, as he describes it. His book details what happened is just out. It's titled Into the Wood Chipper, a whistleblower's account of how the Trump administration shredded USAID. Joining us from Washington, D.C. Nicholas Enrich, thanks so much for being with us. Can you start off by talking about the decision to become a whistleblower and then describe the range of health services, since you were involved with the health program within USAID, everything from AIDS prevention to TB prevention, and what is estimated for the number of lives lost for the sudden shredding of this agency?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Yes, there are estimates that show that up to 14 million die over the next 5 years alone unnecessarily due to the cuts to USAID if that's not rectified. And we're already starting to see the impacts. In fact, 750,000 people have already died, most of those children, according to conservative estimates. And we're seeing, as bad as it is that we're seeing so far, the worst, unfortunately, is yet to come, with the next generation of children who are unable to get immunizations, with children being born with HIV at high rates when just a year ago those numbers were near zero. And so I'm afraid that unless we're able to make some changes, we will unfortunately see those impacts years to come.
And so, Nicholas, could you talk about what happened in the early weeks of the Trump administration, including telling us about what the Trump appointed people at USAID, what they were doing and how much they actually...
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Sure. The DOGE team and the Trump officials that came in truly knew nothing about the agency. I put the Trump officials into 2 categories: those who were cruel and those who were buffoons. And most of the DOGE team that came in fell into that second category. These were people who were uninformed, unqualified, and truly knew nothing about the agency that they had been tasked with dismantling, and ignored that this would put millions of lives at risk.
Then your decision to write this book, why did you feel you needed to write an entire book? You wrote that memo explaining what had happened. Tell us about the book and your decision to write it.
I wrote the book because it wasn't just, I think there's 2 critical factors that people should take away from this book. The first is that we pulled the rug out from under people around the world. We had millions who were relying on USAID services and left them hanging out to dry. We broke promises to governments and broke partnerships that will have lasting effects for years to come. As the legacy of Trump's administration and foreign policy becomes clear, I think when the dust settles, we'll see that the dismantling of USAID ends up being one of the most impactful in a terrible way impacts of his entire legacy. But the other reason that I wrote the book was that maybe it's too late to save USAID, but there are other agencies, other institutions in the United States that are hanging on by a thread. And at a time that more Americans are feeling that something is fundamentally broken in our democracy, I wanted to tell this story to remind readers that normal people can make important choices every day, and when people see things that they truly believe are not okay, they're being asked to do things that are illegal, and this is inside the government or in everyday life, whether you're working at a university or working at a law firm or just a neighbor who sees neighbors getting picked up on the streets by masked ICE agents. It's up to you to stand up and speak out when you see something wrong.
Speaking to reporters February of last year, President Trump called for USAID to be shut down.
Absolutely obscene. Virtually every investment made is a job.
So can you talk, Nicholas and Rich, about the significance of this decision, whether USAID is completely shut down, and what happened to, for example, which was a President George W. Bush project, which of course addressed the issue of AIDS, has been credited with saving some 26 million lives, enabling nearly 8 million babies to be born without HIV infection. I remember when we made a little mistake, but we fixed that.
Right. The decision to dismantle USAID was made by people, as I mentioned, who really knew nothing about the agency, and we would warn them on a day-by-day basis. And I think one of the things that I wrote this book about was to expose, however bad viewers might think that from the outside that things were inside of USAID, they were far, far worse. These were people who ignored warnings that were specific to U.S. national security. For example, there was an outbreak of Ebola happening in Uganda at the time that USAID was being dismantled. And while I knew we couldn't start a robust outbreak response that we usually have because of everything that was being dismantled, there were a few key activities that I really felt that we needed to do. And they would not even let us screen passengers at airports that were traveling on international flights onwards to the United States to make sure that they had Ebola, so that they did not have symptoms of Ebola. So that was a real risk to U.S. national security. And it was just sort of laughed off and ignored by the political appointees and DOJ.
Senator, one of the things, a very prominent member of Trump's cabinet, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, had initially been a great enthusiast of USAID, but ultimately went along with what the Trump administration overall was planning to do with USAID. What do you think accounts for that change?
Yeah, Marco Rubio was one of the biggest supporters in his previous career in the Senate and beyond of USAID. So when he was announced as the Secretary of State, the staff at USAID breathed a collective sigh of relief, thinking that while there might be policy changes coming, the core programs would be saved, because Marco Rubio recognized that there was a value to Americans of providing foreign aid and international development assistance. Since then, however, I can't speak for him, but what I can say is that his comments that he's made about USAID, that the staff were insubordinate, that no one died because of the cuts to USAID, have been complete. Of the exact programs that Marco Rubio was once a supporter of.
Nicholas, could you talk about, our earlier segment was about Sudan, the fact that the war is entering its fourth year. If you could talk about what the effects have been of USAID cuts in Sudan, which is facing the worst humanitarian crisis in the world.
Sure. Sudan, unfortunately, is one of the most glaring examples of what happens when the world's richest man is killing the world's poorest children. There are people in Sudan, displaced people and refugees whose only access to healthcare and nutrition was through USAID support and services. And so we very rapidly started hearing horrible stories about families walking all day to get to a health clinic that had the USAID logo on the side of the building, only to find it shuttered. Were unable to get access to food supplements and ended up having to go home at the end of those days and make the harrowing decision of children to feed.
And finally, Nicholas, if you could talk about countries have massively cut down.
More aid around the world that has precipitated from the cuts to USAID. And I'm afraid, again, it's not just the impacts that are happening right now. USAID and other forms of international development built partnerships. Said that for most people around the world, USAID is the United States. And I'm afraid to think about how the world looks at the US after USAID is gone. And I'm afraid that our cuts, our broken promises will actually turn or China and eliminate the support that we have built over all these decades.
Nicholas Enrich, I want to thank you for being with us. New figures show Germany has for the first time surpassed the United States in overseas aid. Overseas aid from wealthy countries overall plummeting by 25%. Nicholas Enrich, former USAID official and author of the new book, Into the Wood Chipper, a whistleblower's account of how the Trump administration shredded USAID. And that does it for our show.
Best way out is through
I think 21 was working in Belleville. You can get off the bridge and we'll take you right over.
right, okay. That's exit 8, right? I think.
Yeah, or you can do the Lyndhurst Bridge. I think that might pass first. I'm not too sure.
Okay.
Podcast, Donald Trump goes to Vegas to sell his tax cuts to a pretty skeptical public. What does a special election in New Jersey tell us about the Democratic Party and its views on Israel? And RFK Jr. is on the Hill this morning, so why is
It is Thursday, April 16th. What a way to start the morning, Jack.
This is not my fault, it's just the news. Let's start with the President of the United States is flying to Las Vegas this afternoon to do an event there to talk about his no tax on tips policy, a very popular policy when you poll people taking it up, and the White House understandably keen to emphasize it this week, given it's tax week. But as we've been saying on the podcast this week, these messages are not landing entirely well because there's so much other noise around, and I suspect that's going to be the problem he faces again today.
Yeah, I mean, I think the messages are just having a hard time landing, period, because they're not consistent, and there is a lot of distraction from that message. And I am hearing trying to get Republicans elected in the midterms, just extremely concerned right now that, given historical trends, there was already kind of baked in worry about the House going blue, and now increasingly they're worried about the Senate, and those concerns stem from the ability to keep the president focused on the message that they need to be focused on in order to win, which is, I mean, I've heard Republicans repeat this truism to me: if it's the economy, stupid, right? And I was speaking to Brian Lanza, actually his former senior advisor to the road to victory runs through a consistent economic message. Unfortunately, President Trump ignores the roadmap. And this is baked in with Trump. Everybody knows this, right? But the level of actual hardship, headwinds that Americans are facing right now because of what he's doing in Iran with those high gas prices, claims are going to go down. The war is very nearly over. And yet, that has done little to quell the concerns. Another Republican operative told me, quote, everything is made more difficult by the nonsense coming out of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And another telling me that it's just crazy that they thought was going to be up for grabs here.
We were talking on the podcast yesterday morning about whether the Republicans and Trump could land their tax day messaging because he keeps popping off on other things. About 2 hours of yesterday's podcast coming out, he's threatening to fire Jay Powell again, and all the headlines are about
You're that way, right?
Yeah, that's rather than about the very simple economic messages that people like James Blair and others who are actually strategizing this stuff for the Republicans are desperate for them to land, and you feel like it's just going to keep happening. And I was thinking about it, Dash, like when he was on the campaign trail in 2024, he had message discipline. That guy could go around and hammer those messages. I'm going to bring prices down.
Damn, this is Bergen Ave?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
He did his.
I thought this was his driveway.
As he likes messages time and time again. I just wonder if his heart's not really in this. He's not standing in the midterms. He's not standing to be president again. I feel like it just feels a bit like
last house on
invested almost in the midterm.
On the right side?
On this side right here.
Well, it's different when you're a candidate
Right here's
versus
good.
when you're
Right?
actually in the Oval Office. That's
Thank you very much.
You're welcome very much. Have a good night, man.
For incumbents who are running, right? Of course, Trump had that gap. So when he was competing in 2024, everything was potentially now reality, and now he's actually doing stuff, and he's focused on the stuff that he is doing that he thinks is the right stuff to do. But some of that stuff is painful for Americans in the short, maybe medium term. The one advantage that Republicans are really hoping can help them surmount some of these challenges is because of Trump, largely, they do have a war chest. I mean, they have like some 375 million minimum across the political organizations that have been racing off of mainly the sort of MAGA coalition. The president, he has brought in a ton of money to the Republican cause, and
that can make a real dent. So that's like one, bright spot that I'm hearing from Republicans right now.
Interesting that he's going to Vegas, and obviously tips, service industry culture and tips are a massive thing there. But Nevada is also a state with big that Trump has struggled to hang on to. In fact, frankly, has failed to hang on to so far this year. It's a state where gas prices are hugely important to people, and actually, it's quite a good microcosm of some of the issues that he is facing. Although that won't be what he wants to show in his photo op this afternoon. It's, you can really see mapped out in this state exactly the headwinds that the Republican Party are facing. And as you say, increasingly you have these conversations with operatives, members of Congress, the midterms, at least the House. I mean, the Senate, I'm still struggling to believe that the Dems can actually pull that one off. But, really writing the House off already with what's still more than 6 months to go.
It's going to be a long 6 months.
Let's talk about the Democrats, though, because fascinating things going on in that party too. We saw this extraordinary vote in the Senate last night, voting to oppose weapons sales to Israel. Just went through the roof. That they've had these votes before, and maybe half the Senate Democrats have voted against last night. 40 Senate Democrats. Only seven Senate Democrats, one of them being Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, we should say, voted in support of Israel. And I just felt it's a real moment. It's where you can see how this party is changing. I think how far it's come on this issue over the last few years, and it was really just laid bare in the Senate last night. And the direction of travel is clear. The pressure from the base is incredibly clear, and it feels like this isn't the end of this story.
It's fascinating because as I've had Democrats come on the show, on the conversation, I've seen this sort of happening in real time. I remember being struck by John Fetterman.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Pennsylvania, telling me that he is alone on
Marlene?
in the Democratic Party in his support for Israel.
Daniel, yes.
And then as I've had others on,
Thank you, ma'am.
Gallego,
God bless you.
who's dealing with his own stuff right now, but on Israel, I remember asking him if Democrats should take money from AIPAC.
277 Stewart.
Andy Bashir didn't go that far in our conversation and didn't interviews, mostly because this is such a hot topic of conversation for Democrats. And I just saw some fresh polling come across my inbox commissioned by J Street, the progressive program, saying that 66% of Jewish Democrats under 35 say that an AIPAC endorsement makes them less likely to support a candidate. That also is just
massive shift, and ties in very neatly with the special election which is happening today in New Jersey. This is an election to replace former Representative Mikey Sherrill, who of course is now governor of New Jersey. And to fill her seat, there was this amazing primary battle here a few weeks back. You probably remember it, Dasha, but AIPAC got heavily involved in this primary, trying to take down one of the candidates who they felt was not sufficiently pro-Israel, the Democrat candidate, and successfully did so, but made a complete bungle of it and opened the door to a far more progressive and far more anti-Israel, Israel-critical candidate. Win the special elections today and become the next member of Congress for this district in New Jersey. She will be one of the most vociferous critics. She will be one of the most left progressive members of Congress based on the previous comments. She used to work for Bernie Sanders. And again, it just tells us something very interesting about these polls a bit ahead here, that she would appear to be on her way to the Hill after today.
And Jack, one of the more fascinating developments here is she actually got the endorsement from J Street, the liberal, the progressive pro-Israel organization, adding kind of more complicated layers to the story. I mean, it really is a nuanced conversation that can sometimes slip into something less nuanced. But the Democratic Party is really having to reckon with where their base, especially their younger voters, are at on this issue.
Changing before our eyes. Let's just talk very quickly about RFK Jr. because he is on the Hill today for the first time in 6 or 7 months to give testimony, and he is giving testimony today. He's going to do 7 hearings over the next week, which is quite a marathon, even for a guy who does his workouts in gyms. Like this is a lot of RFK coming our way. He's such an interesting character. He published his first podcast last night. He's your new rival in the podcast sphere. He's got his own version of the
I think we have
conversation.
different audiences.
You think so?
I would assume we have slightly different audiences.
I think you're right, but it's interesting to see him doing that. He's clearly trying to promote his own brand. There's a lot of conversation about how the Marvel thing has gone, and bits of it that have landed really well, and bits of it which haven't really landed. We're going to hear a lot of conversation about that today. But there are people who think that he is a very good 2028 candidate. It's not the most popular opinion, but there are people around him who say
He started a major movement. I've just been waiting for you to get to the raccoon penis.
You're right. Probably everyone has just fast forwarded this entire podcast to get to raccoon penis. So if you didn't see this yesterday, there is a new biography about Virginia that leans on diaries he previously wrote, and it brings yet another dead animal into RFK Jr. lore. We have the dead whale thing, I'm sure you know. We have the dead bear thing, right?
And we have the brainworm.
We had the brainworm, which may or may not exist. Now we have the dead raccoon, which definitely did exist according to his own journals. Roadkill that he drove past with his family, got out of the car, kids patiently waited in the car. That's on their
Pick a lane, fucker.
TMZ now.
Sorry.
DC's best reporting off the raccoon's sexual organs for further study, put them back in the car and carried on driving. Is there no end to the RFK stories that just leave you open mouth? Apparently not.
Whales and bears and raccoons. Oh my.
Let's see if we get to that one. Actually, I don't think we've got anywhere to go from there. I think we can stop talking.
That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop.
Right. Thanks for listening. There's more detail. I'm not sure there's any more detail on the raccoon penis.
I don't need any more detail. I don't need any more detail.
Okay, there's more news than potentially detail on today's playbook. So you can find that at politico.com/playbook. And Adam Wren will be back to you tomorrow. Thank you so much for listening.
One of the final words in the districting fight that President Trump kicked off all over the country last July, a new map in that state, a possible gain of 4 seats for Democrats in the House. VPM's Jad Khalil traveled around Virginia to hear what people are thinking about a potential reshuffling of their congressional map.
Picture a lobster with a blue tail and red claws. That's the shape of one of the most talked about districts in Virginia Democrats' plan to counter a gerrymandering push by President Trump with their own gerrymander. The lobster's tail is in deep blue Northern Virginia, the suburbs of Washington, D.C. As the crustacean reaches southwest, its right front leg is slung over the Republican strongholds of the Blue Ridge Mountains and the Shenandoah Valley.
I can't think of anybody who lives in D.C. making plans for Rockingham and Augusta County.
John Wise is a retired veterinarian, but he tells me he still raises cattle. He's got the cattle.
Agricultural counties in the
Stuyvesant?
state.
He and about 300
Oh,
other
me
people
está mandando para
rallied
Stuyvesant.
against the redistricting. The hangar in Harrisonburg used to restore old airplanes. On one side of the crowd is President Eisenhower's Air Force One. On the other, a billboard displays a map showing the new
No se puede entrar.
No. 10 will lead Democratic and 10 for redistricting Tuesday. Right now, Democrats hold 6 of 11 seats.
We need to nip this thing in the bud and not let it get any wider spread. The Valley, not Northern Virginia.
East of the Lobster District, Jane Lois lives in Buchanan County. It's a red county in West Virginia. She says she isn't upset about being represented by someone in Northern Virginia. She's out voting early.
We are probably over the anomaly in this area because we're definitely blue voters.
She said her vote is motivated by Trump.
I was never on the fence about it. Trump said we just made
Back in August, Trump said Republicans were entitled to 5 more congressional seats in Texas. In a lot of ways, this election is a referendum on Trump. Democratic voters have said over and over again that they're not comfortable with gerrymandering, but they've been forced into it. Something states usually just do at the start of each decade, and they want something to pump the brakes on the president's policies.
If we can change the balance of power in Congress, some of his wild stuff
Yes.
can be blocked and return to a more humanitarian view of
A la orden, pase buena noche.
Democrats
God
won
bless
in
you
a
too.
landslide in the 2025 gubernatorial election. Generally, though, Virginia is still pretty swingy, and the redistricting is talking to the folks manning the Republican and Democratic booths before he heads in to vote. He says he's undecided.
I don't know. I really don't know. It's hard to say we can tell it's wrong to draw them out this way and say, yeah, this looks good. But is there an argument for, hey, let's do this anyway? I think that's what I was on the fence about.
Time is running out for new states to jump into the redistricting fight ahead of the November elections. Voters in Virginia and Republican lawmakers in Florida could have the final say on redistricting. That is, if the sticks to a plan to redistrict later this month to help Republicans with the final push before the midterms. For NPR News, I'm Jad Khalil in Richmond, Virginia.
From New York and Los Angeles, this is Chrissy Down.
It's close to home. Yeah, I mean, I view it as very close to home. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild that country.
President Trump claims the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports and Iran's threats to retaliate by disrupting shipping in the Red Sea and the Sea of Oman. We'll get the latest. Then to Sudan.
3 years since the war in Sudan began. It is a tragic milestone in the conflict that has shattered the country of immense promise and created the world's largest humanitarian crisis.
And finally, into the wood chipper, a whistleblower's account of how the Trump administration shredded U.S. aid.
Hello, how are you?
Good, are you?
I'm well, thank you. Linden Place?
Yeah.
That's what you saw in the contempt. It was given unto you, given unto your body. He gave us a white Jesus. You understand? Go ahead. Whose names are not written in the book of life. Everybody knows the man in the kingdom. Go ahead. Of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. All praise to the Most High. So all of those people that worship white man is God will not get the kingdom. You say it don't matter what color Jesus is, or he was not West African looking, he was not a Negro, you go die. You understand? The Most High will destroy you for blaspheming his son's image. You understand? Right? This also proves how God feels about the nations. Yes. Damn, hey, that's what you're saying. Go to Revelation, go to Revelation 20, last verse. The book of Revelations, chapter 20, and verse 15. Yep. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life, verse 14. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life, is cast into the lake of fire. Who's in the book of life? Daniel 12. Who is in the book of life? Because whosoever name is not written in the book of life. Let's see. The book of Daniel, chapter 12, and verse 1. Yeah. And at that time shall Michael stand up. The great prince will stand up for the children of thy people. Go ahead. There shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation. Read. Even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered. Everyone that shall be free. About the nations. Yes, their names are not written in the book of life. Bam! They ain't getting the kingdom. Hey, that's what you're saying. Go to Revelation. You brought this out. Go to Revelation 20, last verse. The book of Revelation, chapter 20, and verse 15. Verse 14. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. Go ahead. This is the second death. This is the second death. Go ahead. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life, was cast into the lake of fire. Who's in the book of life? Daniel 12:1. Who is in the book of life? Because whosoever name is not written in the book of life. Let's see. The book of Daniel, chapter 12, and verse 1. Yeah. And at that time shall Michael stand up. The great prince will stand up for the children of thy people. There shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation. Even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered. Everyone that shall be found written in the book. Everyone that shall be what? Found written in the book. And at that time, so it said, at that time, thy people, the Israelites, meaning Daniel's people, the Israelites, because Daniel was from the tribe of Judah. Said, at that time, thy people shall be delivered.
Every one that shall be found written in the book. Every Israelite found written in the book. The book of life is full of the names of the Israelites. You're going to learn today. That's what it is, not no other nation. So we read Revelation 7:20. Revelation 13 shows you that the nations are not there. It's on the nation. So that now watch this. Let me see. Let's get the call it double diversions. So in the Katera, show that power pool. Let's see, they can't restore the kingdom. Let's get it.
June 1452 by Pope Nicholas V. Read. It authorized King Alfonso V of Portugal to fight, subjugate, and conquer those resisting against the Catholic faith and struggling to extinguish Christian religion. Read. Namely, the Saracens, the Muslims, and pagans in military disputed African territory. The document consigned warring enemies that lost to perpetual servitude.
So you lost, you were banished to perpetual servitude. Go ahead.
This and the subsequent bull, the Romanist Pontifex, issued by Nicholas in 1455.
This is Santa Claus, by the way.
Gave the Portuguese
Pope Nicholas V. Go ahead.
Gave the Portuguese what they saw as moral justification.
They saw it as moral justification, not biblical. They saw it as moral justification by a Pope's decree. A white man put a law in place to enslave your ancestors. And the Portuguese took it and said, well, this is divine. Go ahead.
To freely acquire slaves on the African coast by force
or trade. Go ahead.
The edicts are thus seen as having facilitated the Portuguese slave trade from West Africa and as having legitimized the European colonization of the African continent.
So first they used it as the Portuguese slave trade of West Africans, which we know now today as the transatlantic slave trade. Then they used it in 1884 to split Africa amongst themselves. This is what they do. This is why the Lord said he has a perpetual hatred for Edom. So this is how Edom got Israel. This is how Edom also got the Americans. They painted a picture of them being the Jew, them being the people of God. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, so Jeremiah 50 verse 33, we're teaching in the streets, you can pull those two articles to show that in like 50 years they were oppressing Judah and Israel at the same time. They were oppressing us. But a lot of us don't know that history, not the prophet, but I'm saying we're out in the streets. They don't know that a lot of people be saying, oh, we know slavery, we know that. They don't know history, so we got to be able to pull this stuff out because we got to teach them who they are.
Right, right. Now go inside this book, the history of the Jews in Spain and Portugal. Because not only did they go to West Africa and different parts of Africa and bring slaves, not only did they come to the Americas and take our forefathers of the Northern Kingdom into being enslaved them before Catholicism upon them and took their land. This book right here is called The History of the Jews in Spain and Portugal. Let's go inside. Read the book, Highland Prophet with John Wolford. Go ahead.
But John, though favorable to the Jews of Portugal,
so the Jews in Portugal, black Jews, right?
Was not so to the unfortunate Spanish exile. Probably the greatest influx of the cause of this exacting the performance of the agreement under which they had been permitted to enter Portugal. Although the king had ordered that they should be charged moderately for their passages and freights, the captains and masters of vessels made them pay higher prices than they had agreed for. Besides ill-treating them and taking advantage of their forlorn condition.
Go to the next one. Yep, go ahead.
As they had no means for obtaining redress, they prolonged the voyages for the purpose of selling provisions and water to them at any price they chose to exact. They insulted them in the most brutal manner and even ravished their wives and daughters.
Rape their wives and daughters. Go ahead.
So that in quitting Spain, the miseries of the unfortunate exiles had not yet terminated.
They were going through it. Watch this.
The Castilian.
Wait a minute. One Queen Isabella of Castile. It said the Castilian Jews. There were black Jews in Castile during their time. Go ahead.
The Castilian Jews, who from poverty, or any other cause had not departed at the limited time, the king ordered should be taken for slaves.
Should be taken for slaves. So there were Jews in Castile, in Portugal, that were taken for slaves. Go ahead.
According to the terms of their entrance, and distributed them to whoever asked for them.
Right, Right, so Castile, Spain. That's it. The Castilian Jews were in Spain, and they were ordered to be taken as slaves. Go ahead. His inhumanity.
His inhumanity did not cease here.
Go ahead.
He tore their young children from them and had them baptized.
And made them Christians. Go ahead.
Being at that time desirous of peace. Of St. Thomas.
That's Saint Tomé. And he wanted to fill Saint Tomé with Christian slaves.
The new governor, Alvaro de Comita, so that by being separated from their parents and marrying people in the island, they might become good Christians.
They might become good Christians. So he mixed them with people on the island to dilute the seed in whatever way he can. So that intercatera, that dumb diverse, what we see right here, all this stuff took effect on. That's how we ended up being slaves and Christians all over the world. So how does God feel about that? How does God feel about that? Give me a book of Zechariah 2, verse 8. Start at 6.
The book of Zechariah, chapter 2, and verse 6. Ho, ho, come forth and free from the land of the north, saith the Lord. I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven.
Go ahead.
The Lord.
Whoa. Read that again. That's some good stuff right here. Let's get it. Now we're finna turn up.
Ho, ho, come forth and flee from the land of the north.
Flee from the land of the north,
saith the Lord.
The land of the north is America. Free from America, saith the Lord. Go ahead.
For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven.
That's what we just saw how it took place. They spread us abroad. Go ahead.
Saith the Lord. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon.
Get there real quick in Psalms 137. Hold it.
Psalms chapter 137 and verse 7.
Read.
Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom.
Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom.
The day of Jerusalem.
Read.
He said, race it.
Race it.
Race it.
Race it.
Even to the foundation thereof.
Read.
O daughter of Babylon.
What he call Edom?
O daughter of Babylon.
What he call Edom, brothers and sisters? O daughter of Babylon. Don't be fooled by these. Everyone came in and besieged Jerusalem. Applauding them, saying, race it, race it. The Lord said, oh, you Babylon's daughter. Hey. That's why America is called Babylon the Great. And guess what? Babylon the Great ain't just America, because America's reach is all over the world. So all these provinces, that was an extension of Rome, even though it was Greece. Even though it was here, even though it was there. Go ahead.
O daughter of Babylon, who ought to be destroyed.
God said they ought to be destroyed. That's their destiny. Hey. That's God's prophecy regarding them. They're going to be destroyed. Now, wait a minute. How is this? If they're going to be destroyed, if God said that's their destiny, that means he created them to destroy them? Hey. Because the Bible says, get Isaiah 46 and, 10? Get Isaiah 46 and 10 real quick. Wait a minute. That means God can't love them. Watch this.
The book of Isaiah.
Mile turn left on White Street.
Beginning.
And from ancient times. The things that are not yet done.
Read.
Saying, my counsel shall stand.
And listen, what I want to happen is going to happen. What I say in my word is what my word says. You can't do nothing about it. Go ahead.
And I will do all my pleasure.
So he said, Edom is art to be destroyed. That's what he said. From the beginning, he ordained it. How you gonna now say that no, the new covenant says that it's for all people? No. The new covenant says it's for all Israel that believe. Not all nations. Go ahead. Go back to what you about to say.
I love this.
Right.
I said that's his pleasure.
That's my pleasure. My pleasure. Go ahead. Zechariah 2 and 7.
The book of Zechariah, chapter 2 and verse 7.
Go ahead.
Deliver thyself, O Zion.
Read.
That dwelleth with the daughter of Babylon.
The daughter of Babylon is Edom. Zion is the Israelites. We are amongst Edom. Go ahead.
For thus saith the Lord of hosts.
Read.
After the glory hath he sent me unto the nations which spoiled you.
Uh-oh. Go ahead.
For he that toucheth you touches the apple of his eye.
So he that touches you touches the apple of his eye. To touch the apple of God's eye is to touch his woman. You done touched my woman. What does a man do if you violate his wife? If you lay hands on his wife? What does a man do to such? Is he coming to try to make amends with you, to try to save you? Hell. Once she told you, he touched me, he hit me, he did something, his eyes go bloodshot. He said, okay, now I got to deal with this dude for laying hands on my baby. You understand?
Do you currently receive government benefits, such as Medicaid, SNAP food?
Deuteronomy 32 and verse 9. Not a nigga. No, he ain't gonna slap niggas. He gonna destroy Edomites and all nations. Go ahead, read that.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 32. You said 32?
32 and 9, yep.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 32 and verse 9.
Go ahead.
For the Lord's portion is his people.
The Lord's portion is his people.
Jacob is the lot of his inheritance.
Jacob is the Lord. Go ahead.
He found him in a desert land.
Read.
In the howling wilderness.
Go ahead.
He led him about. He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye.
He kept Israel as what?
The apple of his eye.
He kept Israel as the apple of his eye. And what does a man do for the apple of his eye? Isaiah 3. What does a man do for his wife? Read that book.
The book of Isaiah 43 and verse 3.
Go ahead.
For I am the Lord thy God, the Holy One of Israel, thy Savior.
Then drop off to God.
Receiver for you. Go ahead.
Since thou was precious in my sight.
Since you were precious in my sight, Israelites, go ahead.
Thou hast been honorable.
Read.
And I have loved thee.
Wow, so what will I do?
Therefore will I give men for thee.
God's eye. So how does God feel about the
This
nation?
good right here.
That he would
Have a good night.
ransom them.
Thank you.
That he would remove them. That he would take them
Head to your pickup at 54 William Street.
That they can be your slaves, but other Israelites can't be your slaves. Who is this God? And is he racist? I'm confused. No, I ain't confused. I'm just playing. I'm being sarcastic. You are confused if you think otherwise. I see y'all rolling. Go ahead, jump in there. We gonna after y'all get done with this, I got one book and then we just gonna close it out. Go ahead.
All right, give me Exodus 8 verse 22, because he was making me see the plagues. I always wonder why he hit them with 10 plagues. We know the scripture says he destroyed all their gods, but then I was thinking about Romans 9 where he says, "For this cause shall I lift you up," right? Like Pharaoh. Right, he's talking about Esau and Jacob's.
On North Jefferson Street, then turn left on White Street.
And I will sever in that day the land of Goshen.
The land of Goshen was given to the Israelites. It's a place where the Israelites were at.
On White Street.
Yeah, I know we be having fun. You know, sometimes you kill a fly out. Josiah, can you attest? The fly be up in here, you want to kill it. Right at this time, there was no flies. Even though he did a plague straight with flies, there was no flies in the whole land of Goshen.
Turn right on Main Street.
God, because there was no flies. Even though there was flies around the whole Egypt, in that little land where Goshen was, there was not one, right, Reed?
And I will put a division.
A division. Sever means division. When you sever your arm, you take off that piece from the rest of the body. So it's the division between God
on Main Street.
and the Egyptian.
Tomorrow shall this sign be.
So the part I love about it says the sign, because the sign and a wonder is something that God can do. So the place, those are considered signs and wonders to identify us as different. That's why Exodus 11 and 7, he ends up, after he killed them with the 10 plagues, he says, no one can speak against these people, you dogs. So he showed difference between God's people and the heathen.
That's right. That's right. Go ahead, Kevin. Hey, you mentioned Romans 9. Go to that. Romans 9. Read, start at 20.
This is the book of Romans, chapter 9 and verse 20. Nay, but, O man, who art thou that repliest against God? Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, why hast thou formed me thus? Why hast thou made me thus?
The Lord is letting you know you have nothing to say. Whatever he said in his Bible, I love Jacob and I hate Esau, it is what it is. Don't reply against him. Watch this.
Can you read that?
The Jacob and Esau part, just kidding. They don't know what the
Let's get that. Let's get it. 13.
The book of Romans 9 and verse 13. It is written. Potter power over the clay of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor.
That's Jacob. Jacob was made as a vessel.
What if God, willing to show his wrath and to make his power known, endured with much long suffering the vessels of wrath fitted to destruction?
Damn, you see that? God is telling you. This goes back to what Cap read in the book of Psalms 137. Fitted to destruction. That's what their intended purpose is. God created them so he can destroy them. That's it. That's it. All praise to the Most High. So I want to show y'all something. So last night on Clubhouse, a Negro in there cooming. So I come on stage about 2 in the morning. I come on stage, I said, let me see what's going on. So I'm listening. So he going in, so he started doing it about calling the brothers out his name and stuff like that. So I said, well, could you explain Jeremiah 30 and 11 to me? Could you read that? I said, Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 11. I want to know what this means. Read that for me.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 30 and verse 11.
Go ahead.
For I am with thee, saith the Lord.
Read to my Israel. Go ahead.
To save thee.
To save Israel. Go ahead.
Though I make a full end of all nations.
Though God is going to make a full end of all nations. Go ahead.
Whither I have scattered thee.
Whither I have scattered you.
Yet will I not make a full end of thee.
Go ahead.
But I will correct thee in measure.
I will correct thee in measure. I mean, I'm going to handle you. I'm going to give you what you deserve. Go ahead.
And will not leave thee altogether unpunished.
Because you got to get your punishment for what you did, Israel. But I'm not going to make a full end of you. But I will make a full end of all the nations. So then he says, well, that's the King James Version. And you can't use the King James Version because it's not the most accurate and this and this and that. I said, okay, well, what version you use? He said, we use the NET. So I said, okay, let's read out the NET. Could y'all pull up the NET for me? Jeremiah out the NET. I left the screenshot. Not there yet. I know I said that was next, but it's not there yet. It's right up under that though. It's Jeremiah 30 verse 11 in the NET. I just thumbs it up. That's what it is right there. Pull that up. I want y'all to see this. Because the King James is not the most accurate. I said, well, let's use your Bible then. Let's use what you want to use. Can we read out the NET, yes, the New English Translation?
The New English Translation, Jeremiah 30, verse 11.
Go ahead.
For I, the Lord, affirm that I will be with you and will rescue you.
You Israelites.
I will completely destroy all the nations where I scattered you, but I will not completely destroy you.
So he says, I will completely destroy all the nations where I scattered you. What are we doing here? It sounds worse there. He said full end in Jeremiah. You can kind of say, well, that's old English, full end. Well, I can kind of mess with that a little bit. Message from Don. He's right there. Destroy all the nations where I scattered you. So they don't want to believe that means he's going to do that to all nations. Now, give me Obadiah 1:18 too. I want y'all to show Obadiah 1:18. I think I had that in there too. Did I have Obadiah 1:18 in there too? I had it in the other group, the group I used to gather my stuff together first before the show actually come out. I just posted. I'm about to post it right now in the group. Download that for me while we read this. Go ahead.
The book of Obadiah, verse 18.
Go ahead.
And the house of Jacob shall be a fire.
The house of Jacob shall be a fire.
And the house of Joseph a flame.
And the house of Joseph a flame.
And the house of Esau for stubble.
And the house of Esau for stubble.
And they shall
Head to your drop off at 350 Light High Place.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau.
Go ahead.
For the Lord hath spoken.
There shall not be any remaining of the house
On Cherry Street, then turn right on Whittlesey Avenue.
King James, you got to read the NET. I said, okay, so let's read Obadiah 118 in your Bible. Go ahead.
This is Obadiah, verse 18 from the NET. The house
On Whittlesey Avenue.
Joseph a flame.
Go ahead.
The descendants of Esau will be like stubble.
Watch this.
They will burn them up and devour them.
Watch this.
There will not be a single survivor.
Come on, read it better than that, man. You read it all soft.
There will not be a single survivor of the descendants of Esau.
Yeah, you got to read that stuff with some power. There will
Mile turn left on Washington Street.
It was miserable. Every time I took a bite of something, it would break, you know.
They kept breaking.
And they kept breaking. And
They got so bad I had to do something.
my wife got her stomach at Forever Smile. I said, I'm going there too.
And I can't believe when I had
of Esau. Damn it. That's right. Not one. Because they said, oh, well, that's talking about he don't love, he hate Esau. Jacob I love and Esau I hated. Oh, he just hated Esau. That ain't what they say. Right. That say the descendants.
On Washington Street.
I said, so you saying ain't no descendants of Esau on earth today? I'm not saying that. So what you saying? You say this was during Babylon. Then he had to catch himself. I can't say that because they gonna say Herod was Edomite. Damn, I can't say that. Then he had to start lying. Not a lie.
Turn right on High Street.
You gotta leave. I know you gotta leave. Because this is what we do. Like Deacon Asaph say, I'm gonna bring you in the closet, I'm gonna bring you in the room, and I'm gonna close the door behind you. And you can't go nowhere. Go to Jeremiah 46, verse 27. Give me that in the NET. We're gonna close out in just a second. So God promises that he's going to destroy every nation outside of the nation of Israel. God promises that there will not be one single survivor of the descendants of Esau. Watch this.
The book of Jeremiah 46 and verse 27.
Go ahead.
But fear not thou, O my servant Jacob, and be not dismayed, O Israel.
Go ahead.
For behold, I will save thee from afar off, and thy seed from the land of their captivity.
Go ahead.
And Jacob I am with thee, for I will make a full end of all the nations.
He's going to make a full end of all the nations. Go ahead.
Whither I have driven thee, but I will not make a full end of thee.
Go to that in the NET. Nothing but net. NET. Read verse 28 for me. Go down. Just read verse 28. There you go.
Verse 28.
In the NET.
I, the Lord, tell you not to be afraid, you descendants of Jacob, my servant.
Go ahead.
For I am with you.
Go ahead.
Though I completely destroy all the nations where I scatter you.
Though I completely destroy all the nations whether I have scattered you. Though I completely destroy all the nations where I scattered you. Go ahead.
I will not completely destroy you.
I won't completely destroy you.
I will indeed discipline you, but only in due measure.
Damn! I'm gonna get on your ass. But it's only gonna be a little bit. Somebody can only say time for Reggie to get on your mama. Just a little bit. Boys, I'm gonna whoop your ass. But I'm gonna come back and get you because I love you. You my people. But these nations are going to be completely destroyed. Now, give me my book, the last post. Nope. I'm sorry. I got you. Give me 10 more minutes. Give me that commentary, the stuff I pulled up off ChatGPT. I gotta show you how ChatGPT. I'm gonna show you something about these folks never I will speak of. That's right. Pull up what you just pulled up earlier on ChatGPT. All right, Jeremiah 30:11. We already read it. Look up on the screen up there, John, so you can see. So where it says scholarly explanation. So I asked ChatGPT for a scholarly explanation regarding Jeremiah 30:11. What do the scholars say?
Scholarly explanation, historical context. Part of the book of consolation, Jeremiah 30 through 33, written during or just after the Babylonian exile, addressed to Judah and Israel as a covenant people. Go down. Okay, go down. Scholarly points. Key scholarly points. Israel is punished but preserved. Other nations face total destruction. Other nations face total destruction. Israel does not. But Israel don't. Listen, other nations face total destruction, but Israel does not. Discipline in measure reflects covenant correction, not annihilation. So covenant direction or correction, so the Lord will correct us, but he will not annihilate us. Now hold up. This text reflects exile as punishment, restoration as guaranteed, right? So now they're going to say the same thing about Jeremiah 49:28. Let's keep going down, keep going down, keep going down. All right, scholarly explanation, keep going. Scholarly key points. These oracles are historical, political, not symbolic. So they're historical, political, but they're not symbolic, Captain. That's what they're saying. Go ahead. Reflect Babylon's dominance under Nebuchadnezzar, emphasize Yahweh's sovereignty over all nations. Watch this. Scholars like Jack Lundbaum and William Holiday argue these prophecies function to reassure Judah that Babylon's power is still under divine control. You hear what he's saying? Go ahead. You see how they twist it? Go ahead. Even Israel's enemies and Babylon itself later are judged by Yahweh. So that's very vague. That's very vague. They don't give clarity to major theological thread. Universal judgment, particular covenant. God judges all nations, including Israel. Israel's judgment is temporary and restorative. Other nations are judged without covenant protection. They're not judged, they're judged without covenant protection. Keep going down. Scholarly census. Watch that. Watch scholarly. Israel's survival due to covenant does not teach Israel's sinlessness, emphasizing restorative justice. Tribes and regions. It's not eschatological. Thank you. In mainstream scholarship, eschatological. In mainstream. They say that this is not end time prophecy when the Lord gonna destroy all nations. You see that, don't you? Go ahead. Reflects real 6th century geopolitics. No ethnic or modern national identity. So they say this ain't modern ethnic group. This not talking about, they're saying that this is not talking about God destroying the nations in this time. That's what they're saying. It's not actually talking about eschatology. It's not talking about end time prophecy, brother. Don't read it that way. Oh, contrary. So that's why.
Sound on the right.
Teaching. But let me show you something. Go back to Jeremiah 30 and 11. Read that again. There's some good stuff right here.
Right here.
I just wanted to say, when I look, when I went to ChatGPT, because I don't use that, my wife does, but when I grabbed it and I said, who's the CEO of ChatGPT? It gave me a name. No. I said, for sure. No. Google, and then I typed in his name and said, Jewish family, mother and father. So then I went back to ChatGPT. I said, why'd you lie to me? I looked up it on Google and it said, oh, well, when you look it up, he does come from Jewish ancestry. Right. I said, dang, they rigged ChatGPT.
They quantify Judaism when they want. In other words, Jewish is a nationality to them when they want it to be, but they don't necessarily practice the religion of Judaism. So I'm still a Jew, but I don't practice Judaism. That's what they'll say. Because I lived over there with them, and they'll say you're practicing or you're non-practicing. But they're all Jews. That's what they'll say. It's crazy. Jeremiah 30 and 11 again. Jeremiah 30 verse 11. Go ahead. Quiet.
On Carteret Place, then turn right on Central Avenue.
So you're going to make an end of all the nations. Go ahead.
Whether I have scattered thee,
go ahead.
yet will I not make a full end of thee.
Read.
But I will correct thee in measure, and will not leave thee altogether unpunished.
And will not leave thee altogether unpunished. So now, God says,
He's going to make a full end of all the nations. The white man says that's not talking about end time prophecy. Okay. The book of 2nd Esdras chapter 9, verse 22. 2nd Esdras chapter 9, verse 22. Let's see real quick.
On Central Avenue.
Go ahead.
Let the multitude perish then.
Wait a minute. God says, let the multitude perish then. Read.
Which was born in vain.
Which was what?
Born in vain.
It said, which was born in vain. Go ahead.
And let my grape be kept.
The grape is Israel. Go ahead.
And my plant.
The plant is Israel.
For with great labor have I made it purchase.
Right lane, turn right to stay on Central Avenue.
Who is the multitude that was born in vain? Isaiah chapter 40, verse 15. Who is the multitude that was born in vain? Let's see.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 40 and verse 15.
Go ahead.
Behold, the nations are as a drop of a bucket.
The nations, all the nations are as a drop of a bucket. Go ahead.
And are counted as the small dust of the balance.
And they're counted as the small dust of the balance to God. What? Wait, small dust, big dust don't weigh nothing. So what does small dust weigh? Nothing. Go ahead.
Behold, he taketh of the isles as a very little thing.
Read.
And Lebanon is not sufficient to burn, nor the beast thereof sufficient for a burnt offering.
Watch this.
All nations.
Remember he said, I am going to make a full end of all the nations. Now he says, all nations, what?
Before him are as nothing.
Are as nothing.
And they are counted to him less than nothing.
And what?
And vanity.
And what?
Vanity.
Go back to 2nd Esdras chapter 9, verse 22. He said, all the nations together, all of them coupled together, are as nothing. Read that.
2nd Esdras 9, verse 22.
And their vanity. Go ahead.
Let the multitude perish then.
Let the multitude perish then.
Which was born in vain.
Which was born in vain. All nations are as nothing to God and are vanity to God. The Lord said that all of the nations, everybody that was born in vain, verse 1.
The book of Revelation, 21, verse 1.
Yeah.
And I saw a new heaven and a new earth.
Read.
For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away.
And what else?
And there was no more sea.
What do you mean there was no more sea? Go back to chapter 17, verse 15. What do you mean there was no more sea? What you talking about?
The book of Revelation, chapter 17 and verse 15. And he said unto me, the waters which thou sawest, where the whore sitteth, are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues.
So the Bible compares the nations all together as waters, as rivers, as seas. Go back to Isaiah 17 and 12. The Lord is symbolically telling you that the nations, all of them together, are as waters, as rivers, as seas. And when that eternal kingdom, the heavenly Jerusalem come down from heaven, there would be no more sea. There will be no more nations. Read it.
People,
okay,
which make a noise like the noise of the seas.
They make a noise like the noise of the seas. Go ahead.
And to the rushing of nations.
Oh, wait a minute. Rushing of nations. Go ahead.
That make a rushing like the rushing of mighty waters.
They make a rushing like the rushing. What are these waters? It's the nations. Go ahead.
Revelation 21, verse 1.
Yep.
And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth passed away. There was no
more sea. What is that? No more sea.
From Shay. Coming.
So the prophecy tells you the same thing. So how does God feel about the nations? 2nd Esdras, chapter 6, verse 54. Then I got this last book I got to read. I'm not going to read all the pages. I'm just going to read the last page. I'll just use the last page because I got this. Go ahead.
The book of 2nd Esdras, chapter 6 and verse 54. And after these, Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures. Of him come we all.
Go ahead.
And the people also whom thou hast chosen. All things have I spoken before thee, O Lord.
Yeah, read.
Because thou madest the world for our sake.
For thou madest the world for our sakes. Go ahead.
As for the other people.
As for the other people.
Head to your drop-off at 39 Day Street. Head to your drop-off at 39 Day Street.
thing. This is God's word. I know.
Turn left on Elmwood Avenue.
Word. That's what really run away, brothers and sisters. It's God's word, brother. You can't fight it, don't fight it. Let it sink into the membrane. Let you get
On Elmwood Avenue.
Like unto spittle.
Be like unto spittle, like spit. Let's come out of your mouth when you talk. You know, you be talking and you spit and get on somebody's shirt. Oh my God, I ain't mean it. But that spit don't mean nothing to you. Word. Go ahead.
And it's liking the abundance of them.
The abundance of them mean all them together.
On South Clinton Street.
Isaiah and Jeremiah were saying the same thing. The Lord gonna get rid of these people. Word. There will be no more. And guess what? John confirmed it in Revelation 21, but in a parable form. There will be no more sea. But when you bounce around the scriptures, you get very clear understanding. The seas are the nations. So how does God feel about the nations? You definitely don't love them. Is God racist? Based off the definition the white man gave us? You determine. Now watch this. That last book, show cover. Go ahead, man. It reads like it was 1434. So with that being said, all that the Cap brought out about the other nations, what do y'all have to do? Watch this right here.
This book of 2nd Esdras, chapter 14 and verse 34. Therefore, if so be that you will subdue your own understanding.
What do they have to do?
Subdue your own understanding.
It says subdue your own understanding. Everything that you were taught by the so-called white man in theology school, cemetery school, let it go. Let it go. Read on.
And reform your hearts.
And change your mind.
Ye shall be kept alive.
The Bible says if you reform your heart, you should be kept alive. Read on.
And after death.
And after death.
You shall obtain mercy.
You can obtain mercy. Because what? Y'all are Israelites. You so-called urban apologists, black Christians, whatever the case. Repent, keep God's commandments. The Most High does not love the other nations. It is what it is. Except just show me the cover first. We go to the very last page. Go to that book.
Hebrew Chrestomathy. I said it right. Chrestomathy. Lessons and readings and writing Hebrew.
Right. So this is a book about languages by William Henry Green. Go to the last page for me real quick. Very last page. Yep. Let's read our underline.
Yes, sir. As ye Jews. Context to suggest have drunk of the divine wrath upon my holy mountain, all nations shall drink the same, but more copiously and for a longer term.
Wow.
Thus understood, the verse will be parallel to Jeremiah 25, 29, and 49 and verse 12.
Go ahead.
In contrast with the perdition treatment that Judah shall experience at their hands. The concluding section of this prophecy dwells upon the ultimate salvation, victory,
God's people. Go ahead.
While the nations who are enemies of God are doomed to extinction.
Are what?
Doomed to extinction.
What a bombs at? Y'all sleep back there? Are doomed to extinction. Go ahead.
God's people.
Read.
They must pass through sore trials.
We got to go through trial and tribulation, brothers and sisters.
Such as that referred to us. And if the body of those
that's why we got to keep the commandments. Let's go down to the bottom. Come on. Yep, right there.
The people of God shall not only be protected from further injury from 21, Daniel 7:27.
So the Lord said we will be protected and we shall conquer and possess the world. And the other nations are going to be extinct. And so when the Lord said he gonna make a full end of all the nations, gonna destroy all the nations, that there should not be a single survivor of the descendants of Esau, he means what he means right there. He means what he means, but biblical scholars. He means what he means, urban apologetics. That ain't getting away. All praise. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. All praise to the Most High.
Lord, this is Bishop Stanley. I want you to know that all our sacrifices God on IUIC TV. That's right. I said on IUIC TV. Down in the app today. Across the earth, the prophets move. From city streets to distant lands, the message is the same. Israel must rise. Through every quest, every journey, the truth spreads. No border can contain it. No distance can silence it. Our nation lives in every moment. In joy, we celebrate marriages. In sorrow, we honor our dead. On the Sabbath, we gather as one. Families rejoicing together, bound by the commandments of God. Get on the track. From the stones in Kenya to the hatred in Montana, we endure as a soldier of the Lord. And still, the mission expands. On the airwaves, on the screens, in every nation in the heaven, Israel's voice is heard. We build our communities. We raise our children in rules. We restore what is broken. We clean what is defiled. We show the world who we are. This is Israel. Nation in motion. Nation in class.
Upload to Restream right now. Live stream it to YouTube and all your platforms at once. Get ready for 5 times more engagement and views. All your live streams and engagement. Rewarding you with even more views while you enjoy numbers. Upload and stream from Restream. Go to Matthew 2:15. He called his son out of Egypt. So his son was in Egypt. Israel is his son, his firstborn. Christ is the firstborn of all creation and the Son of God. Let's see. Look at that. With the 12 tribes. So the church of the firstborn is the Israelites under Christ. You can't separate the two. So stop comparing. It ain't got nothing to do with the way. Go to the next video. Go to the next video. I don't know. He did this. They be putting this stuff out and it be going viral and it pops on my timeline and I gotta deal with it. Is it the religion of our oppressors? Of course not, because God is powerful. See this? That's why he hurt from darkness. Because all the black folks in the town is video listening to the oppression. He fight against them. But then Trump make that post. Fight my people, worship you, master. And you go and do stuff like this. Make my folks think that I'm wrong. That's what he's telling you. I know the spirit that's in him. Play it from the top again. Your president, Donald Trump, he put this on his social media. I mean, like how much more it gonna take these people to wake up, bro? He put it on his social media. Your president, my president is black. $2 note. So, well, I tell you, anyway, they put Barack Obama and his wife's face on the thing. Christians still gonna go to church tomorrow, Sunday. Still gonna go to church.
Bill Clinton, what's the name? What's the one that just happened? Joe Biden. You think Trump come to your black church to sit with y'all? No.
He's trying to get them votes.
Yeah, he gonna come get them votes, but he ain't really trying to come see y'all like that. And listen, he's showing you this is America. We gonna make America. We gonna make America great again, and you Negroes, y'all going back in the cotton fields. Okay, so this. Over him, it is the complete opposite. He ain't going to them. They. This is also during your so-called Black History Month. He did this.
Exactly. Go ahead. Now, a lot of people don't know the inside jokes that they have about the Obama. He's a transgender.
Yeah.
And then they put Barack Obama's face on the female version of the gorilla. So he's attacking us from all sides.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Yep. Hey, shout out to HB Lloyd for the donation. Shout out to Joshua Rivera. Thank you very much, my brother. Shout out to Antonio Silva. And then also thank you to Paul Israel. Thank you. Also,
head to your pickup at 140 Bellevue Avenue.
Time installed it. And that was it. They got one little check that they take that picture and got up out of it.
To stay on Day Street.
He used them. Stop being a damn fool. He used them. All right. Shout out to Elijah Solomon as well for the donation. Thank you, sir. Hey, so this is great. So watch this, y'all.
Turn left on West Passaic Avenue.
I want to say,
on West Passaic Avenue. Turn right on Broad Street using the right lane. On Broad Street.
time. This is 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good morning, 76 degrees on the left. Coppola, here's what's happening. The search is on for a teen wanted for killing a 15-year-old boy in a Queens Park. Police in Brooklyn looking for workout clothes, people in Brooklyn rather, looking for workout clothes with pockets as police search for a man who allegedly made off with wallets and thousands in cash from lockers at a Planet Fitness. Purse snatcher apprehended thanks to an NYPD officer and his trusted steed, Kelly. People rally at City Hall. They say e-bike riders are out of control and they need to be licensed and registered. CinemaCon in Vegas wrapped up. Audiences are treated to peeks of some of the summer's biggest releases. We've got some highlights coming up. In sports, the Yankees lose. AccuWeather says partly to mostly cloudy this morning with a low of 69. Warm later today. A sunny afternoon shower is possible. A high of 80 degrees. What's your time 121? Let's get you where you need to go. Jeff Jensen.
One good way to get to New Jersey. Too bad. Here's what you need to know about the bridges on Tunnel. They have a 30-minute ride out of the city at the Holland Tunnel down in one lane there. All the approaches are bad. Watts, Canal, and Varick are all no fun. Head up to the Lincoln. It's only about a 15-minute ride out of the city. And the GWB is looking at about a half an hour out of town, out of the Bronx, really, mainly because that delay on the Cross Bronx stretches back, not quite back to Third Avenue, but it's pretty busy. Really back to Jerome Avenue, so it's gotten down about 20 minutes or so there. Inbound's okay. The reason you're so busy outbound is because the lower level's closed and 95 today is the express lane's closed as you get to the Jersey side. Here's what we see on Long Island's Big Three tonight.
West on Bellevue Avenue toward Park Street.
Between
On Park Street.
This report sponsored by MajorWorld.com. Don't get duped by low advertised prices of pre-owned cars. Once you try to buy one, the final price will end up being thousands more. Come to Major World for transparent pricing and no surprises. Major World, 4340 Northern Boulevard, Long Island City, Queens. Call 1-800-MAJOR-AUTO. Go to MajorWorld.com. Jeff Jensen, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
An investigation is underway this morning. Police say a 15-year-old boy was found with a bullet wound in his chest at Roy Wilkins Park near Paisley and Merrick Boulevards in St. Albans. Fighting and attacking a 15-year-old identified now as Jaden Pierre. One shot was fired. Pierre was taken to Jamaica Medical Center where he was pronounced dead. This woman tells ABC 7 Eyewitness News she wants solutions.
We cannot keep losing our children. It's normally pretty safe, but somebody is bringing guns into our community and putting
at school. So now searching for the shooter seen in a video running away in gray sweats. So far, no arrests. If you've ever wanted your Columbia University, maybe you remember a time when the campus gate was open to the public. It hasn't been that way. So protests over the Israel-Gaza war 2 years ago, and people in the neighborhood say, time to get them back open.
There's not another university anywhere in America that locks its gates and excludes the public like this.
Columbia professor Michael Thaddeus isn't buying some of the reasons he's heard for the gates remaining closed. One of them being security after the shooting at Brown University, when even Brown didn't close their gates. President Dave Robinson says this is supposed to be a public space.
For years, people's families played on the campus. It was a meeting place for students, faculty, and the general public.
No reason given from Columbia for the
An 11-year-old boy escapes an attempted kidnapping.
Detectives charged a 51-year-old man with attempted kidnapping and unlawful imprisonment after they said he grabbed an 11-year-old boy in Uniondale as the boy was walking down the street. He also allegedly said he would give the boy money if the boy would go home with him. The child somehow managed to get away and call police. The suspect, Nelson Acevedo, was also charged with endangering the welfare of a child. Sophia Halton.
Since Nancy Guthrie went missing, the FBI is analyzing DNA.
A private forensics lab in Florida that works with the Pima County, Arizona Sheriff's Office sent DNA samples from the Nancy Guthrie case to the FBI for analysis in recent days, according to
technology to conduct advanced analysis on the DNA samples to see if they can lead to Guthrie's kidnapper. The sheriff has indicated it could take many more months to untangle DNA samples, separate the strands, and isolate the potential kidnapper. Stone, ABC News.
About 24 Pima County and FBI investigators are still actively working the Guthrie case. A sinking of the ship.
Jim Wygillo with the Bolo Museum says this happening on the anniversary is more than ironic. What do you make of it?
I can't say that Ghost did it, but that's the only stuff that's lit it.
The first time water came up from under a 1912 Renault concept car that's part of the exhibit, one of only two. The second went down with the Titanic. Wygillo says while it was raining, there's no obvious place where the water got in.
Mike Krauser reporting from our sister station, WBBM, in Chicago. Later today with spotty afternoon shower and a high of 80.
Otherwise, we'll have a partly to mostly cloudy sky with a...
And that's not the right clip. Let's see if this is the right one.
A few spots end up with a shower early this morning. Otherwise, more clouds build in.
And that is not. We'll be back with Bloomberg Money Watch coming up next.
Yorama, your home, your team, your season to upgrade is a proud sponsor of the 1010 Wins Pickleball Tournament. It's NY versus MJ in Sport Time Pickleball and Wade. Sign up today at 1010wins.com/pickleball.
Hi, I'm Steve Harris, founder of Harris Law. Bill, a 34-year-old union laborer, fell from a 12-foot ladder, striking his head on concrete paving stones, left with permanent... I'll tell you how right after this.
Have you been the victim of negligence or malpractice? Harris Law, New York's premier injury law firm, is a tough, dedicated legal team that will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 212.
At Harris Law, we also proved that because of his injuries, Bill would lose 30 years of high-paying...
Harris Law today, 212-593-7600 or harrislawnyc.com. The consultation is free. The compensation could be millions.
Getting together with friends and family is one of life's greatest joys. But with the rise in misleading rumors that have sparked some confusion and worry about vaccines, our treasured innovations in modern medicine. Vaccines prompt children's immune systems to recognize and resist a disease by making sure your child's immune system is healthy and safe. And high rates of immunization stop preventable diseases from spreading to our families, schools, and communities. Together, we're all healthier when everyone is vaccinated. So let's get together and let's thrive together. Teen Childhood Immunization. This message is brought to you by the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Now, Bloomberg Money Watch. U.S. stocks keep riding record highs despite news that some world leaders believe a U.S.-Iran peace deal could take months to hash out. Oil's higher too, with Brent crude trading at $98 a barrel, following a warning from the head of the International Energy Agency. He says Europe supplies and could start canceling flights if the Strait of Hormuz isn't reopened soon. I'm Mark Ricks, Bloomberg Money Watch on 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM.
It's Dr. Lederman speaking with 007 about prostate cancer. You're 007.
Mile turn right on Watch on Avenue using the right lane.
I requested a biopsy.
Why?
Going up, I got biopsy that I had cancer in my prostate.
Another doctor told you, hey, you gotta have
surgery.
Did your doctor tell you about Dr. Lederman and radiosurgery?
It is bread and butter to operate. Not only do they leave the cancer behind, which is the most important thing, but you're in contact treatment which was very easy to do.
15 years later, your PSA is 0.
My urinary life is okay, and my sex life is very good.
For more cancer information, call Dr. Lederman, 212-CHOICES, 212-CHOICES. Most insurances, Medicare, Medicaid accepted, 1384 Broadway. Call Dr. Lederman, 212-CHOICES, 212-CHOICES.
Wednesday's time, 1:30. Good morning, I'm Monique Coppola. Be careful what you store in your gym locker if you work out at Planet Fitness in Bushwick.
A locker bandit that's taken off with thousands of dollars from the Planet Fitness locker room, swiping at least 12 different times, has gym goers on edge.
I'm surprised they're still letting him in.
Elder Gellister says he's not taking any chances.
When I work out at Planet Fitness, I keep all of my wallets, my keys in my pocket with me because I've been seeing some signs up there that tell me not to put your valuables in a locker.
Raymond says he uses the locker room, but for the meantime, he's taking a break.
Sometimes I forget my locker and I leave it there, but I keep an eye on it.
Police have released a photo of the suspect, Kyle Turner, that time for his drive to 10-10 wins on 92.3 FM in Bushwick.
It's 1:31. Let's get you where you need to go. Here's Jeff Jensen.
Some accident delays, some construction delays, both on the FDR Drive northbound road work north of Houston. A couple lanes are out. Try First Avenue there. And downtown, remember to stay away from the ship and know your way around downtown because as you head downtown, right under the Manhattan Bridge, there's a crash taking out 2 lanes there. Crawling along in Brooklyn on the eastbound BQE as you head up toward McGinnis Humboldt right for the Kosciuszko Bridge construction work with only the left lane open. The other way around, busy westbound down to the Brooklyn Bridge with overnight repairs going on. And in Queens, the heavy traffic's on the southbound Van Wyck approaching Jamaica Avenue. This morning, the right and center Grand Central approaching LIE. Overnight work with the left lane is the only one squeezing by. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. About a half an hour right out of the city on the upper level of the GWB and have no choice but to use the upper. Lower is closed. And the delay doesn't end when you get to the Jersey side. It ends when you get to 95 where you find the express lanes closed this morning. Whole lane down to 80, so stay with the, they have to use the locals if you're using 95. Lincoln Tunnel's not bad. The Holland hanging on some plays out of the city of up to 20 minutes. All the approaches are bad there. And you're slow going to Staten Island using the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. The upper level is closed both ways. No delay getting to Brooklyn. Jeff Jensen, 10-10 wins on 92.3 FM.
Let's get a check now of the AccuWeather forecast. Here is meteorologist LaTroy Thornton.
A few spots end up with a shower early this morning. Otherwise, more clouds build into the tri-state, and it stays rather warm as a result with a low of 69. But it won't be quite as warm later today with a mixture of clouds and sun. Watch for a spotty afternoon shower. There may be a thunderstorm in a couple of spots with a high of 80. That leads to a cooler Friday night, though, with a partly cloudy sky and a low of 57, followed by much cooler conditions this upcoming weekend. Saturday brings clouds, some sun at times, and a high of 67. But showers approach the city late at night, with a few showers lingering into Sunday as well. It's looking like a much cooler second half of the weekend, with a good deal of clouds, breezy conditions, and an early high of 56. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist LaTroy Thornton on New York's weather station 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
Someone yelled to a mounted officer on the Upper West Side that their purse was stolen. Body cam footage posted on the NYPD's X account shows the officer and Kelly the horse galloping after spotting the suspect along 72nd Street. Stop! Please stop! 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 They say 44-year-old Alicia Field has been charged with grand larceny and false impersonation. She has 14 priors, including the April 2000 fatal shooting of a livery driver in Brooklyn. Committed with her boyfriend, she testified her gun accidentally went off during the robbery. She was released last year and was on lifetime parole. Licensed and registered just like vehicles on 4-wheels.
Over 100 victims of e-bike collisions rallied outside City Hall. Sonia Paul and her husband seriously injured 2 years ago.
Vehicle can change your life forever.
Councilman Frank Morano is one of many in a collision with an electric city bike.
There should be some basic level of accountability. A plate, a registration.
Accountability now. Bill bill stalled in the last council over enforcement concerns. Marla Diamond, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM at City Hall.
Is religion important to you? A newly released Gallup poll finds more young men than women say it is important to them. The survey of 145 women and 295 men comes to very important, while just 29% of women in the same age range said it was important for them. A new discovery in space.
For the first time, astronomers have measured the power and speed of black hole jets. The international team reports that the jet power from Cygnus 1X, a black hole star, they also track the jet speed, roughly 355 million miles an hour.
So have a good day.
The jet speed is roughly half the speed of light. Cygnus X1 is 7,200 light years away. 1 light year is nearly 6 trillion miles. Cygnus features not only
I'll turn left on Park Street using the left lane. Street. Abby on the right. Be on the right.
Accident, car accident, slip, trip, and fall, call them now. 800-318-8888. Spectre and Associates has recovered hundreds of millions for the injured. Been in an accident? Visit crashinjury.com or call 800-318-8888. The lawyers at Spectre and Associates Serious Injury Attorneys fight hard. Win big to get you what you deserve. Call them now. 800-318-8888. That's 800-318-8888. Or visit crashinjury.com.
Hello, how are you?
Okay, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Hi.
Gold and silver prices are soaring. For your old jewelry, now is the time. Get the most.
Yeah, I saw that. Hello?
Old rings,
Girl.
chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold and silver are hot. 4 locations this week. Paramus, Staten Island.
Use your seatbelt for your safety.
Broken pieces and get cash on the spot. There's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure. Just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to The Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday at Paramus at the Courtyard by Marriott, Staten Island at the Hilton Garden Inn, and Friday through Tuesday in Old Ridge at TMT Cash for Gold, the bright yellow building on Route 9 South, and Tom's River, corner of Route 37 and 4th Avenue. For more info, follow Estates Roadshow on Facebook or go to tmtcashforgold.com.
WINS, WINS-FM and HD1 New York. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
People get their news from 1010 Wins, not from any other radio station in the nation. Walter Dice is at the editor's desk.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Wow. 75 degrees, very cool out at 2 o'clock on this Friday, April 17th. I'm Monique Coppola. Here's what's happening. Spent billions on destruction, but nothing lasts. A ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is on. That's protests following the Pasadena City Council bill that would establish perimeters around schools and houses of worship to keep protesters at bay. The World Cup is almost here, and they're making it so. Weather says partly to mostly cloudy this morning, 69 degrees. Warm later today with a spotty afternoon shower. Let's hear some people. Let's get you ready to go. Here's Sheriff Jensen.
2 bad ways to get out of town. Here's what you need to know about the bridge that goes Allentown. Thank you, Anonymous. Oh, yeah, it is bad there. Like the delay from 20 up to 30 minutes now because it's still really busy. All the approaches, Watts, Canal, Barrett, not looking good. At this point, people stay in the city late. Inbound's okay. You head up to the Lincoln if you can. There's no delay in the way to Lincoln. I'd like to show you that. There is slow traffic in the GWB. If you choose that, you're jammed up from a big way across the into New Jersey, all because the lower levels closed and arching into the Jersey side. This is why it's really busy, because 95 has the express lane shut. You have to use the local lanes instead. There's no really getting into town there. 3 lanes blocked as you get onto the Queensbound RFK with more progress trying to Frogs Neck. The Whitestone instead. Jam the Queens on the southbound Van Wyck. That's roadwork near Jamaica Avenue. Only the left lane's open. Here's what we see on Long Island Street. It's the Northern State Highway closed eastbound. From Montauk Park and Banana Hill Road, they're paving the road. So take the LIE instead. Southern State is moving well. Jeff Jensen, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM. An investigation is underway this morning. Police say a 15-year-old boy was found with a bullet wound in his chest at Roy Wilkins Park near Paisley and Merritt Boulevard. It's in St. Albans, Queens. It happened at about 6:15 Thursday night. They say it started with several kids on a basketball court fighting and attacking the 15-year-old. Identified as Jaden Pierre. One shot was fired. The scene tells ABC 7. Eyewitness News he knew the victim.
Kids dying, shots. I heard the shot go off. I came running over here to make sure everybody was okay, especially my friends. I know that you're feeling well, and
he is in a way.
Jamaica Medical Center, where he was pronounced dead. Cops are now searching for the shooter, seen in a video running away in gray sweats. So far, no arrests. In the Middle East, where there is hope for peace between Israel and Hezbollah, President Trump says Israel and Lebanon have agreed to a 10-day truce, which could move status to extend the Iran ceasefire. Israel is not fighting with Lebanon.
So sad. I'll still be at the locker. No more apartment.
It's very exciting. I think it have to deal.
Presidents invited both nations
I'm looking down
the White House for what he says will be the first meaningful talks between them in 43 years after delegations met earlier this week in Washington.
No, she's just coming on Wednesday. I think she'll be on here. Yes, I guess
Netanyahu says it's a chance for a historic peace. Tehran is included in the war in Lebanon as a condition of its
they all are. They should be a really big show.
Here at home, Mayor Abdani is
tonight was like dead.
Saying it's inflated costs in the city. It's already spent. Better spent to help working class Americans. Here he is on Sunday's Meet the Press on NBC. You're speaking of a federal administration that has spent upwards of $28 billion killing thousands of people. All the way over in the Middle East. At the same time as well, being told that this money cannot be found to invest in working class Americans across the country.
I'm gonna try to make this productive.
A joint military operation between
I
the U.S. and Israel.
I don't think I'm gonna make it though.
A travel advisory involving the U.S.
The Chinese government is issuing a travel advisory to anyone going to the U.S. Chinese travelers are being told to prioritize safety and avoid Seattle. The government says about 20 Chinese scholars with visas were recently unknowingly expected.
But I think it's the 8, and then I have to pack up so recently I can't leave.
Seattle has the most significant Chinese population, ranking 6th in the nation in 2019. The foreign ministry also urged travelers from China to become versed in U.S. entry regulations, be prepared to deal with any situation calmly and rationally. I'm Nick Donahue.
No, she's growing up.
And the results are in for the New Jersey special election. Democrat Analia Mejia defeated Republican Joe Hathaway for the congressional seat vacated by Democrat Cheryl. Mejia, a former head of the Working Population Alliance who has supported Senator Bernie Sanders, rebuilt the seat in the 11th district until January. Protests after the city council passed a measure to keep protesters at bay by establishing perimeters around schools and houses of worship. The bill passed last month, 44-5 extension.
Protesters chanting outside of City Hall loud enough for Mayor Mamdani to hear.
You don't know like what the culture is like.
Public advocate Jamani Williams speaking out.
So this is the kind of culture that protects people. That protects.
She did do the other things. No obvious today, and I respect that.
Students and staff also letting their voices be heard. This will prevent me from singing for justice outside my school building.
No obvious today.
Mayor Mamdani is about his position, and he says he will be making a decision. Mary Woodward contends at Wings on 92.3 FM. Outside of City Hall.
Council Speaker Julie Mena describing the bill after its passing, saying in part that people can peacefully protest, but what this bill does is it says you do not have the right to intimidate and harass people as they enter their house of worship. Mayor Mamdani expressed the bill's constitutionality. 2 people are in police custody after deadly violence broke out in Eisenhower Park in East Meadow.
Authorities say this was a gang barbecue that ended with one 15-year-old boy shot dead. 2 adults, ages 28 and 31, are in critical condition. Officers combed through the dirt near the picnic tables looking for evidence. This nearby. Thank goodness, crimes like this. The name of the victim has not yet been released.
I come here all the time. Everything's great.
Yellow police tape surrounded the area where the crime occurred. Sophia Hall, 1010 wins, a 92.3 FM.
Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert Kennedy Jr. has agreed to lift a hiring freeze at the World Trade Center Health Program, restoring the compensation fund for 9/11 survivors and first responders to full staff for the first time in more than a year. Near
thinking that goes into whether or not to allow somebody in. Having more people on staff, make that go faster, which means people who need the treatment, need the care, get it.
In March, staffers at the World Trade Center Health Program were down 25% and were reassigned. Down to 69.
I'm Steve Harris, founder of Harris Law. Bill, a 34-year-old union laborer, fell from a 12-foot ladder, striking his head on concrete paving stones, left with permanent brain damage and unable to ever go back to work.
So I would have been a menace. I would have been so annoying.
After this, have you been the victim of negligence or malpractice? Harris Law, New York's premier injury law firm, is
Yeah.
212-593-7600 or visit HarrisLawNYC.com. At Harris Law, we prove that a general contractor had carelessly.
How far you want to go down?
You go down to the last building.
Used 30 years of high-paying construction wages,
That's how we got billed $22.5
You're right here on the left by like the second lamppost.
Consultation is free. The compensation could be
This one?
Right here's good, yeah.
Sometimes the world can seem strange and unfamiliar. You haven't quite found your place or your
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
All it takes is
Thank you.
a family who chooses you to help it all make sense. You don't have to be an ambitious superhero to do something life-saving. Use your power for good and inspire kindness, positivity, and a legacy of hope. Best Friends Animal Society is working to ensure that every dog and cat in the country has a safe place to call home. Visit bestfriends.org to adopt an out-of-this-world pet near you. Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou. 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes or overweight or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Rapidly, the major TV shopping network now filing for bankruptcy protection.
Head to your pickup on County Highway 645.
Is the only one available also in Queens on the East Side Grand Central, right as you approach the LIE. They're doing some work there. Left lane, the only one open. The LIE is moving on pretty well, no issues at all. Even through that work zone by the Clearview, nobody working there this morning, but they are working. Down here, they are working. They've got a lane blocked each way at the Holland Tunnel, and here's what you need to know about the Bridges Tunnel. 30-minute run at least to get out of the city at the Holland. If you're downtown, head uptown, time the traffic lights, use the Lincoln Tunnel. It's good both ways. The Holland inbound is quiet, even though you're down to only one lane. GWB, you're slow as you get off the bridge into New Jersey. Slow from that midway across the bridge into the Garden State on that upper level. The lower is closed in New Jersey, and then you've got 95, the 95 Express lane is closed. That's why they.
Head to your pickup nearby Blackjack Mulligan's Hawthorne on County Highway 639.
Troy Thornton.
Daily morning hours of this Friday, starts the day with clouds building in. These months even end up the shower at the low only to
Smile turn right, stay on Longhill.
spotty afternoon shower, even a thunderstorm around the area with a high of 80, finally leading into a cooler night for Friday night. Lots of clouds at time with a low of 57 for a much cooler weekend, starting with Saturday rain. Sunday as well, an even cooler day with breeze at times and a high of 56. Temperatures fall through the afternoon. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Troy Thornton on New York's weather station 1010 Winds 192.3 FM.
QVC files for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection.
Turn left, stay on Longhill.
How that crocodile just sort of pops against that. This is so like super
Stay on Longhill Road.
QVC Group laid off 9 staffers last year as it consolidated its operations and planned to shift to live shopping on social media platforms like TikTok. QVC, which is short for quality Value Convenience was founded in 1986 by Joseph Myron Siegel. Shares in QVC Group, which went for over $900 just a decade ago, were trading for less than $3 earlier this week. If you have some old clothes sitting in your closet that you'd like to sell, eBay is having an in-person pop-up in the city. It opens today in Soho. To get inside, you'll need to bring something from your own closet and put it up for sale on the platform, either in advance or on site. It's a 3-day event, and you can check it out at New York City Edit Market. That's at 49 Moon Street. Again, that's in Soho. An unusual dessert, taking salty and sweet to new heights. Red Circle Ice Cream in Houston. Crawfish ice cream. Process of eating it, you get a bowl of crawfish infused ice cream with the crawfish on top. Twist its head off and then use that to eat like ice cream. Like a spoon. This customer likes it. It's a little coffee, but it's like creamy, full, a little spicy. No, that's boring. I recommend if it don't give anybody that fried chicken or they Correspondent Allison Keyes. Just 2 months until the World Cup, one of the biggest sporting events that our area has ever seen, with more than 1 million people expected to stream into New York and New Jersey. Now there's major concern about what soccer fans are going to have to pay to get to MetLife Stadium to watch the World Cup.
It's going to cost NJ Transit $48 million to help get 40,000 fans to and from 8 World Cup matches at MetLife.
Turn right on Maple Street.
Governor Mikey Sherrill is sure of one thing.
I won't stick New Jersey's commuters with that tab for years to come. That's not fair. So here's the bottom line. FIFA should pay for the rides, but if they don't, I'm not going to let New Jersey commuters get taken for one.
NJ Transit says regular commuters will not have to pay more to help fund the tickets to MetLife. FIFA doesn't seem to be budging, saying no one on Maple Street. Rosenberg, 1010 wins on 92.3.
Meanwhile, the City Council is thinking restrooms, and they're looking to expand access to them and create maps to be posted inside during World Cup listing watch parties and street festivals. City Council Majority Leader Sean Abreu introducing 2 new bills aimed at making this all happen. Require the Mamdani administration to come up with a detailed plan to expand
Patterson Avenue.
And installing temporary restrooms in areas likely to receive a lot of foot traffic, and also posting clear signs to direct people to where they can be found.
Mayor Mamdani has spoken out about the high cost of World Cup tickets, but how about those Knicks? The first round of playoff games versus the Hawks starts Saturday in the Garden. Average price $600 per ticket. The mayor noted the observations of his political mentor.
Bernie Sanders has shared time and again that one of the moments where he realized just how broken this political system is was when he saw the Dodgers be taken away from Brooklyn.
Asked whether Knicks ownership could do better with discounts or giveaways, the mayor said he thought the owners of all sports teams could do better. Juliet Papa at 1010 wins on 92.3 FM.
Style power at a price that's right. We've got you in the car. Inside favorite GMC of my world.
Right now, lease a Buick Envista for just $194 a month, or GMC Sierra for just $379.
These deals are here today, but maybe on to my one. GMC of my world.
I'm John. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim is limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. Protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Call Town Hall. My results to my head.
Payments keeping you up at night? Is your insurance company dropping you for tickets, accidents, or DWI? It's time to join the club, East Coast Motor Club. I'm Paul Zaris from East Coast Motor Club. Call 718-863-2525. That's 718-863-2525. Or visit eastcoastmotorclub.com for a free quote on your auto insurance. Call 718-863-2525. Low down payment and our fame
is easy non-payment plan. Tickets, accidents, and young drivers are no problem at East Coast Motor Club. And good drivers can save big with discounts for safe driving, good student, accident prevention, and bundling of home and auto. For more than 40 years, East Coast Motor Club has been saving money for thousands of people in the tri-state area. So what are you waiting for? Any car, any driver, any problem. Join the club now. EastCoastMotorClub.com.
It's Dr. Lederman talking about prostate cancer. Your PSA went from 3 to 4 to 6, correct? And then all of a sudden it jumped to 60.
It was a shock to me. That's when I called Radio Surgery New York. Your office is a whole nother world. You immediately took this whole thing into your own hands, beyond definitive.
Did you ever have a doubt that we worked for your benefit?
No, not for 1 second.
You knew that you had a cancer of the prostate that was aggressive and went to lymph nodes. We put together a plan to try to get this terrible cancer under control, right?
It was just like you said, no pain, no cutting, no bleeding. It was so easy, no side effects, no nothing, just perfect.
What was your PSA this week?
0.02.
Wow. For more prostate cancer information, call Dr. Lederman. 212 Choices, 212 Choices. Most insurances, Medicare, Medicaid accepted. 1380 Broadway.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
73 degrees, cloudy at 2:20 on this Friday, April 17th. I'm Monique Coppola, and here's what's happening. Searches on for teen shooter wanted for killing a 15-year-old boy in a Queens Park. People in Brooklyn are looking for workout clothes with pockets as police search for a man allegedly made off with wallets and thousands in cash from lockers at Planet Fitness. A first snatcher apprehended thanks to an NYPD officer and his trusty Steve Kelly. People rally at City Hall. They say e-bike riders are not told they need to be licensed and registered. CinemaCon in Vegas wrapped up earlier, and audience was treated to some peaks of some of the celebrities. Said probably the most cloudy this morning. Our low is 69. Later today, it's cloudy afternoon shower. What's your time? 2:21. Let's get your rates go. Here's Jeff Jensen. As you walk to New Jersey out of Manhattan, here's what you need to know about bridges that knows it's that Holland Tunnel, that pesky Holland Tunnel. Only one lane over each way. That's why it's so slow. They do work there every night. Well, every weeknight. It's a weeknight, so they're there. Half an hour from all the approaches. Watts Canal and Barrett Canal would be the best way out, actually. Inbound's okay. The head up to Lincoln is quiet both ways. GWG a little busy on the up and upper level. The lower's closed. And once you get to Jersey, you'll find the express lanes of 95 completely shut down. Here's what we see on Long Island Big 3. Two things going on. Northern State Parkway is closed for paving work. Wandsworth Parkway out to Minetto Hill Road, exit 33 to 37, so stay with the LA. But then detour off the expressway. Now by exit 61. How do I know that? Jay called us on the tip line. Thank Jay at 844-JAM-1010. He's got that in his phone, 844-526-1010 in his device. So that is an accident investigation at exit 61. You can use the service road and get right back on pretty much there. Southern State is moving along with no trouble at all. Jeff Jensen, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM. An investigation underway this morning. Police say a 15-year-old boy was found.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
At Merritt Boulevards in St. Albans, Queens. Happened at about 6:15 Thursday night. They say it started.
Get to your drop-off at 540 Ridge Road.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Was fired. Pierre was taken to Jamaica Medical Center where he was pronounced dead. This woman tells ABC7
your drop-off at 5 to your drop-off at 5 Ridge Road. Head to your drop-off at 540 Ridge Road.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
You're seen in a video running away in gray sweats. So far, no arrests. If you've ever walked near Columbia University, maybe you remember a time when the campus gates were open. People in the neighborhood say it's time to get them back open.
Open up the campus gates. There's not another university anywhere in the area that locks its gates and exposes the public like this.
Columbia professor Michael Thaddeus isn't buying some of the reasons he's heard for the gates remaining closed. One of them being security after the shooting at Brown University. when even Brown didn't close their gates. Resident Dave Robinson says this is supposed to be a public space.
For years, people's families played on the campus. It was a meeting place for students, faculty, and the general.
No reason given from Columbia for the closure. Mac Rosenberg, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM.
An 11-year-old boy escapes a horrific fate.
Detectives charged a 51-year-old man with attempted kidnapping and unlawful imprisonment after they said he grabbed an 11-year-old boy in Uniondale as the boy was walking down the street. He also allegedly said he would give the boy money if the boy would go home with him. The child somehow managed to get away and call police. The suspect, Nelson Acevedo, was also charged with endangering the welfare of a child. Sophia Hall, 1010 wins, 92.3 FM, on Long Island.
It's been 76 days since Nancy Guthrie went missing. The FBI is analyzing DNA.
A private forensics lab in Florida that works with the Pima County, Arizona Sheriff's Office sent DNA samples from the Nancy Guthrie case to the FBI for analysis in recent days. According to sources familiar with the investigation, the FBI is now using new technology to conduct advanced analysis on the DNA samples to see if they can lead to Guthrie's kidnapper. The sheriff has indicated it could take many more months to untangle DNA samples, separate the strands, and isolate the potential kidnapper. Stone, ABC News.
A few dozen Pima County and FBI investigators are still actively working the Guthrie case. A Titanic exhibit museum outside of Chicago mysteriously flooded on the anniversary of the sinking of the ship.
Jim Wygilla with the Polo Museum says this happening on the anniversary is more than ironic. What do you make of it? I can't say that goes related, but that's the only spot that's flooded when we first opened and on the anniversary. That building has flooded. The first time water came up from under a 1912 Renault concept car that's part of the exhibit, one of only two. The second went down with the Titanic. Wygilla says while it was raining, there's no obvious place where the water got in.
That's Mike Krauser reporting from our sister station, WBBM in Chicago. Now, Bloomberg Money Watch. U.S. stocks keep riding record highs despite news some world leaders believe a U.S.-Iran peace deal could take months to hash out. Oil's higher too, with Brent crude trading at $98 a barrel, following a warning from the head of the International Energy Agency. He says Europe has maybe 6 weeks or so of jet fuel left due to the ongoing war blocking oil supplies, and could start canceling flights if the Strait of Hormuz isn't reopened soon. Riggs, Bloomberg Money Watch on 1010 wins at 92.3 FM.
Your home, your team, your season to upgrade is a proud sponsor of the 1010 wins pickleball.
D'Agostino, right back. I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed the Closer. Continuing D'Agostino and Associates legacy, helping the injured. 35-year father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims. This is John D'Agostino. This is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your way. Call me the Closer because big or small, in quarter out, we're fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve. D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and will come to you. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call us first. The 1-800-FIGHT-BACK. 1-800-FIGHT-BACK. That's 1-800-248-32.
First responder on screen. I know what it means to act fast in an emergency. In real life, the same urgency can save lives, especially when it comes to a food allergy. For 33 million Americans, one bite can turn an ordinary meal into a life-threatening reaction. And too often, and when a severe reaction happens, being prepared makes all the difference. Now, there's a pain-free option. What about it? Take the first because when the unexpected happens, the best thing you can do is be ready. Know the risk, know the options. Be ready. Learn more at blueallergy.com.
The only community-owned funeral chapel in New York. With Jewish life, guiding important end-of-life conversations with compassion. Plaza is here to ensure that every family's wishes are honored with respect. But Plaza is more than a chapel. We are a trusted community partner, supporting bereavement groups, creating space for end-of-life conversations, and sharing stories through our podcast, Exit Strategy. At Plaza Jewish Community Chapel, we serve our entire community as we embrace Jewish values, because every life deserves a meaningful farewell. Plaza Jewish Community Chapel, the heartbeat and voice of our community.
Together, let's drive a private Chevrolet for just $247 a month and $19.64 due delivery. There's a brand new Equinox sporting bike in LG. Two-wheel drive for 39 months. Enjoy 0.0% APR financing from all qualified buyers. Visit FurnishChevrolet.com today.
Let's use top 230. Be careful when you store your gym. Down at Planet Fitness and Bushwick.
Abandoned and taken off with thousands of dollars from Planet Fitness locker room, swiping at least 12 different times as gymgoers on edge. Dr. Gallagher says he's not taking any chances.
I work out at Planet Fitness. I keep all of my wallets, my keys in my pocket with me. You can see some signs up there that tell me not to put your valuables in the locker.
Raymond says he uses the locker room, but for the meantime, he's taking a break.
Sometimes I forget what I did. I keep an eye on.
Police have released a photo of the suspect they're looking for, but in the meantime, gym members here say
Let's shot 231. Let's get you ready to go. Here's Jeff Jetson. Sluggish ride on the BQB. It is eastbound roadwork approaching the Kosciuszko Bridge. Yeah, so slow there. We're only the left thing getting by Ziggy Boy called it. That's a new one. Ziggy. Ziggy, the word on Ziggy. First name Ziggy. Sounds like a nickname. And the last left thing getting by there. Maybe that's his real name. I'm sorry. That's maybe why you need a detective. There you go. Thank you. Let's go to Queens at the bottom of the beach there. It goes up at Van Wyck. That's pretty heavy too. As you head down toward Jamaica Avenue, construction work. The left lane is the island open. Same thing farther down between Rockley Boulevard and Bell Park, and then the traffic better down. Here's the server. It's not really crowded there. And you want to stay on the LA from Nassau before that, because between Alonzo Parkway and Minetto, the northern state is closed for a paving project. Southern State Parkway is doing well. Here's what you need to know about Riverside Mills. Slow to at the RFK Bridge, 3 lanes now, trying to get Thursday with the Whitestone. GWB a little busy on the upper level. Yeah, once you get to the Jersey side, you'll see the 95 Express lanes are closed. You use the local lanes are ahead of 46. They get around that one. The Lincoln's not ready to wait that one. Just about to the city in Manhattan, the Bears House. Check both ways. 10 wins on 92.3 FM. All right, let's get a check now of the accurate forecast. Here's meteorologist Latroy Thornton. Let's end up with the shower early this morning. Almost 69. It won't be quite as cold later today with a mixture of clouds and sun. Watch for a spotty afternoon shower. There will be a thunderstorm in a couple spots with a high of 80. That leads to a cooler Friday night, though, with a partly cloudy sky and a low of 57, followed by much cooler conditions. Saturday brings cloudy 7. Watch out to late at night with a few shower rain into sun. Cloud, crazy conditions at an early high of 56. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Troy Thornton, New York's weather station. 10 winds, 73 and cloudy in Central Park. Someone yelled to a mounted officer. 72nd Street. Stop running! And the suspect was arrested with the help of a witness. publicity and false impersonation. She's got 14 priors, including the April 2000 fix.
Keep right to stay on New Jersey Freeways, Court Highway 507 Riverside Avenue last year.
At City Hall, held by advocates for e-bike safety. They want them to be licensed and registered.
Over 100 victims of e-bike collisions rallied outside City Hall. Sonia Paul and her husband Scott were seriously injured 2 years ago by an electric scooter.
A small e-vehicle can change your life forever.
Councilman Frank City Bike. There should be some basic level of accountability. Plates, registration. Wins on 92.3 FM at City Hall.
Is what's important to you? A newly released Gallup poll finds more young men than women say it is important to them. A survey of 145 women, 295 men conducted between 2024 and 25 found that 42% of adult men between 18 and 29 said it was very important, while just 29% of women in the same age range said it was for them. A new discovery in space.
For the first time, astronomers have measured the power and speed of black hole jets. The international team reports that the jet powered from Cygnus 1X, a black hole star system, is equivalent to 10,000 suns. They also track jet speed, roughly 355 million miles an hour. The jet speed is roughly half the speed of light. Cygnus X1 is 7,200 light years away. 1 light year is nearly 6 trillion miles. Cygnus features not only a black hole.
I'm Mike Hamilton.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is whether it's $5,000 or $5 million, you deserve working with someone else. Just want a second opinion. There is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about legal tax defense
No, this is going to make me do the same thing.
unless they know they will reduce.
I'm going to take River down to the bridge. Is that okay with you?
Tax defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Do you own interest in a building, house, or land in the tri-state? Estate Matters Consultants wants to purchase your interest for cash, closing in 10 days. Do you own a share in a building, house, or land in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Maryland, Pennsylvania, or Florida? Estate Matters Consultants wants to purchase your interest for cash. Any estate issues relating to ownership or liens, call now 718-310-8882. Even if you own partial ownership in the property, Estate Matters Consultants can buy it for cash, closing in 10 days without waiting for the other owners. Call now 718-310-8882. Matters Consultants can purchase your interest for cash and proceed with the court actions. Call now 718-310-8882. Estate Matters Consultants can answer all your questions. 718-310-8882.
Telling the crowd Star Wars made him fall in love with movies as a kid before showing the trailer for his film, Star Wars, The Mandalorian and Grogu, a spin-off film of Disney Plus's The Mandalorian TV show, the first Star Wars movie in 7 years.
Turn left to stay on River.
Jeremy Allen White and Sigourney Weaver opens wide on The Dog Stars, based on a novel by Peter Heller. Jacob Elordi leads a film as a grief-stricken pilot who's accompanied by his dog and navigating a post-pandemic American wilderness.
I'll fix you, man. Wake up. There's gotta be something better than this.
Stars hits theaters on August 28th.
Entertainment on 1010 Wins is sponsored by Shulman and Hill, New York's injury lawyers.
Go to hurtny.com.
That's hurtny.com.
This is Alex Shulman, and this is JJ Hill of Shulman Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman and Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman and Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtandmind.com. That's hurtandmind.com.
Scott Stanford for CertaPro Painters. If the thought of sprucing up your house is keeping you up at night, call my friends at CertaPro Painters. They work fast, clean, and professional. I know because I'm a customer. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, 1-800-GO-CERTA. And right now, ask about their spring event and get 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Ready to give your small business a $10,000 boost? Enter the Dime Small Business Challenge at 1010wins.com/challenge to find out how you can win.
The news watch never stops. This is 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
73 degrees and cloudy at 2:40 on this Friday, April 17th. I'm looking at Coppola, and here's what's happening. 15-year-old boy is dead. Cops searching for another teen who allegedly planned to that Frankfurt Avenue. Healthcare workers in the city launch on a hunger strike. Bottle collector makes a gruesome discovery in a Manhattan alley. Rent the musical coming back to the city for one night only. In sports, the Yankees lose. AccuWeather says partly to mostly cloudy this morning. Our low is 69 degrees. Warm later today with a spotty afternoon shower and a high of 80. Wednesday's time 2:41. Let's get your breakfast.
That's you on the southbound side of the Van Wyck Expressway. Rover on Jamaica Avenue. Only the left lane gets by. Eastbound Grand Central Parkway approaching the LIE. Only the left lane is open there. And here's what we see on Long Island Bridge. We are looking at some Tenderwood Jam Camp. Active investigation underway on the LIE eastbound by Patchogue Oakland Road. That is exit 61. All traffic forced off to the service road. Not a whole bunch of traffic there, but you get off and you use the service road, deal with the traffic light, you get right back on the highway. No troubles westbound. Stay on the LIE from Nassau County because the northern state's closed. They're paving that road between Wanto Parkway and Minetto Hill Road, so you're forced off to the Wanto Parkway if you're on the northern state parkway. Southern state is doing well, no issues there. And here's what you need to know about the bridges. I'm going to double check Patrick. They said they might have reopened the local lanes, the express lanes of 95. But I will double check that. There's no delay coming over the GWB any longer, but the upper level is the only one open Jersey bound. Inbound, you're quiet. The Lincoln and Holland are doing okay. Very active tip line this morning. Thank you, everybody. At 844-JAM-1010. Verrazano Bridge, upper level shut both ways for repair. Here's the lower. Jeff Jensen, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Right on the riverside
At 6:15, Thursday night, they say started to several here. One shot was fired. Here was taken to Jamaica Medical Center where he was pronounced dead. This man tells ABC 7 Eyewitness News he didn't know it was real gunfire.
I thought there was exercise. They had exercise over here a lot. I thought this exercise.
Officer now searching for that shooter seen in a video running away in gray sweats. So far, no arrests. Israel agrees to a ceasefire with Lebanon. Israeli forces have engaged in fierce battles with Hezbollah in the border area as they pushed into southern Lebanon to create what Israel called a security zone. 10-day ceasefire is now in effect. The move is getting significant backing from President Trump, but it's unclear if Hezbollah will go along with it. Meanwhile, the UN naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz and temporary ceasefire in that conflict continues.
The U.S. military has used pausing fighting to reposition forces and prepare prepare for any return to hostilities, according to the U.S. commander in the region, Admiral Brad Cooper. Said again today he's optimistic a deal could be reached and said another meeting between the United States and Iran could happen as early as this weekend, but he warned a deal cannot be reached. Fighting reason.
Charlie Delgado. Better spent on working class Americans. Here he is on Sunday's Meet the Press and NBC.
Because while this war has exacerbated a cost of living crisis, that is a crisis that existed even before the time I was running for mayor.
According to the latest stats, Washington has already spent an estimated $28 billion on the which began as a joint military operation between the U.S. and Israel in late February. The World Cup begins in 2 months with 8 matches at MetLife Stadium. Ticket prices are high enough. The price of a ticket now to get one.
Nobody is hoping that it'll be what the Athletic has reported, upwards of $100. That report has led to questions about who is helping NJ Transit's $48 million financial hit. Governor Mikey Sherrill says the answer should be obvious.
FIFA is making $11 billion of this World Cup and charging fans up to $10,000.
They say no other events at MetLife Stadium have required the organizer to do so. Mac Rosenberg, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
NJ Transit says the price of tickets to and from MetLife will not be funded on the backs of regular commuters. The Knicks will host the Hawks at MSG on Saturday. Prices are soaring over $400. The mayor weighs in.
Mayor Mamdani has been good to point out the high cost of World Cup ticket prices. I asked about the cost of Knicks and Hawks playoff tickets, averaging about $600.
We have seen sports become more and more of a luxury commodity, and that is not what it always used to be.
He was asked whether MSG could do more.
Team across the country needs to be doing more to make their tickets more affordable.
But he did playfully point the finger.
I would say that I blame Trey Young.
Is it over there?
And I think it's always
You all right?
important to blame Trey Young.
It's not necessary.
10 wins on 92.3
Thank you, man.
Workers in the city of
You as well.
Boston
Let me turn you around. Man.
Something they say Mayor Mamdani
You're welcome.
promised to get rid of during the campaign.
One of the 15 home care workers on the hunger strike is Lee Chen, who spoke through an interpreter. Because I cannot work, I'm injured. Advocate Yolanda Zhang said most of the workers are immigrant women who can work 96 hours straight but get paid for a fraction of that. 24-hour care is implemented by 2 split shifts everywhere else in the world except for New York City. Disability advocates say a change without additional funding could leave vulnerable patients without care. Marla Diamond, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Parents hoping to get their kids into free pre-K this fall have some new options in the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens. Mayor Mamdani says 7 new early childhood education centers will open this fall, and it will add about 240 new 3K seats. Families who've already applied will receive email instructions on how to update applications, and if you missed the deadline, you can still join program waitlists. For details, head to the nyc.gov summit. Police say a bottle collector made a gruesome discovery in a Manhattan alley Thursday. A badly decomposed body outside of an apartment building at 81 Wadsworth Terrace near West 192nd Street. The medical examiner will determine the cause of death. A new city council bill that would require the mayor's signature to pass has sparked controversy.
Protesters rallied loud and clear, sending a message to the NYPD and Mayor Mamdani that they don't want no protest zones around schools and houses of worship. We need to keep the fire. What people got in our schools where it matters the most. Public advocate Jamani Williams calling the many times he's protested on college campuses.
I got my first arrest at a protest last week. They try to tell you that they are concerned about how you black nerds
content at all.
Mayor Mamdani asked about his position and if he would be willing to veto the bill. He says this decision will come shortly. Mary Lynn Buckley, 10 wins on 92.3 FM outside of City Hall. In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Wesley Financial Group. Chuck McDowell. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your
Information kit 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441. Now a commercial message. Larry Mullins here. After an accident, you need a trusted law firm with an army of efficient staff members. That's Spector and Associates, your serious injury attorneys. Spector and Associates understands how devastating an accident can be and will fight relentlessly. Spector and Associates serious injury attorneys are based in New York. Construction accident, car accident, slip, trip, and fall. Call them now. 800-318-8888. Spector and Associates has recovered hundreds of millions for the injured. Been in an accident? Visit crashinjury.com or call 800-318-8888. The lawyers at Spector and Associates serious injury attorneys fight hard, win big to get you what you deserve. Call them now. 800-318-8888. That's 800-318-8888 or visit crashinjury.com.
My Rolls Royce. Remember that news? People were dressing up as bears to make false insurance claims. Well, those people now know their fate. What's the fact you have? Let's get you ready to go. Here's your Jensen. It's interesting, but a broker in Queens, a train in Queens, actually on the eastern side of the beach. Right past the Golden Arches there. That's after the Minnesota exit. Only the left lane gets by. People zipping along there pretty well. No issue. Slow in Queens, though, the southbound side of the Van Wyck Expressway. That road by Jamaica Avenue is there, and in the southbound direction, only the left lane gets by. The LIE and the Grand Central look to be trouble-free. They had work in the Grand Central, that's been cleared, and here's what we see along Islands Big 3. The LIE is the way to go through Nassau County, but then, if you stay on it, you're going to be detoured off at 70. They have exit 61 from Patchogue Holbrook Road. That's an accident investigation. It's close for a couple miles there, so if you want to get off and take the service road instead, get right back on. No traffic lights there. Eastbound Northern State is closed for paving work between Quantico Parkway and Hill Road, so you want to stay on the LA through Nassau County. No issues on the Southern State this morning. They'll work on Quantico Parkway as well. Here's what you need to know about Bridges and Hills. It took a while, but we're better now because GWB. Upper level, the only one open belongs to New Jersey. Inbound, you're quiet. Moving well. Jeff Jensen, 10 wins on 92.3 FM. Gonna check now with the Yankee weather forecast. Here's meteorologist LaJoy for
Nearly 40 hours, stay rather warm around the tri-state. In a few places, even end up with a shower. With a above a partly to mostly cloudy sky with a low only.
Turn left to stay on Belmont Turnpike between left lanes.
Even a thunderstorm in a few spots with a high of 80, with just some clouds lingering Friday night, but a cooler night finally with a low of 57. The cooling trend continues right through the weekend. Saturday brings clouds, some occasional sun, and a high of 67. Thunderstorms head toward the city late at night, with a few showers in store for Sunday as well. But an even cooler day with a good deal of clouds, early high of 56. Temperatures fall through the afternoon. I'm Yankee weather meteorologist LaTroy Thornton.
Three of four defendants accused of a scheme of dressing up in a bear costume and destroying the interiors of luxury vehicles make insurance claims.
It's a case that goes back to 2024. Insurance company. Inside the car, ripped it up. They handed over surveillance video in which something just didn't look right. The investigators and even a biologist
Rodriguez determined it was a human in a bear costume that ripped up that cloak and fake bear claims were allegedly linked to the four suspects. Total loss to insurance companies was close to $142,000. Now 3 of the 4 suspects have been sentenced to jail and restitution. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
First opened in 1996 at the Needleland Theater. That's for 1 night only. The 30th anniversary. Yet to be announced. Original music director Tim Wheeler is returning to the Keys along with the full original band for the date and ticket info. Also be announced soon. Alicia Keys documentary Hell's Kitchen will close out the Tribeca Festival this year. Other documentaries being screened include Bob and David Climb Machu Picchu about Bob Odenkirk and David Cross doing just that. Film starring Katie Holmes, Joshua Jackson, Susan Sarandon, Aubrey Plaza, and Dustin Hoffman are also on the bill. A new act in the history of Shakespeare. Be answered, but another one has been. The precise location and dimensions of William Shakespeare's property in London. By examining 17th century deeds, scholars at King's College have determined it was a short walk across the Thames from his Globe Theatre. His King's Men performed. Records show Shakespeare's granddaughter sold the plot in 1665 on the night. The findings throw into doubt claims that Art planned to retire to his native Stratford-upon-Avon. Deborah Rodriguez for 10-10 wins. 73 degrees and cloudy in Midtown. We're going down to 69 this morning.
I'm well. How are you, brother?
Afternoon shower or 2 with their high 80 degrees. Now, Bloomberg Money Watch. President Trump says prospects for a deal with Iran are looking very good.
Your drop off at 199 South 11th Street.
S&P. The Dow also added gains and oil was higher. Because like everything else, Freddie Mac says
that way it brought me in. I almost canceled the ride. I was like, I'm not fucking with this back here. Yeah, I was like, man, I'm not doing it. I said, the name is Darren, so it could be, it was like it's 50-50. It could be my people, it could be their people. So I said, that could be my people. Let me go bid them, but that shit looks weird back there.
I had a driver before, he was like 10 wins cancel that shit.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws.
Yeah, it was on the other side of that shit. Or was I over here? I don't even know. This shit was crazy back here.
Crosswalks and drivers to pedestrians and crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you.
Take it right there. So I didn't come from there. I came from back there.
Nah, yeah, that's that. That's how you. That's the entrance, basically. That's the exit.
Man, they need to fix that. Rosemont, when I came right up where all that shit is, I was like, man, I'm not going back there.
Nah, yeah, shit was crazy. Come down that road.
Yeah, it was. I had to go get my uncle down on the Avenue blocks, down on the Avenue blocks where all the containers at. It was like 2:30 in the morning. It was dark as shit and wasn't nothing there. I was like, I called him. I was like, bro, I love you, but I'm not going in there. I'm not doing it. He was like, man, stop being a bitch.
Nah, man, worry about my safety, man.
He was like, stop being a bitch. I'm like, bro, you don't even see what I see. He said, I die here every day. Yo, that shit was not correct.
Tomahawk steak and medium rare. USDA safe juicy chicken.
Yeah, I came in through here.
Think about how long we've been telling everyone.
Yeah, nah, as soon as I looked at it, I'm like, that shit, I seen movies that start like this.
I know. That's what a lot of people say, because they don't come back. So they do.
see that big ass hill? That's all garbage. It's all garbage. No one remembers. No one remembers. When I was a kid, we used to come through here back and forth to Jersey City. It was the smelliest, ugliest thing you could see and smell. And then they covered it up. Huh? This shit brought me all the way down here just to go back. Dang. Damn near Jersey City. The fuck? Did not have to do all this.
I'll turn right on 11th Avenue. On 11th Avenue. Turn right on South 11th Street.
And get same day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
On South 11th Street, then drop off Darren.
Sir, you have a good morning, man. Thank you, brother. Good night. Yeah, right.
I know you gotta get some sleep.
I won't be off till about 8 in the morning.
Oh, well.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
And there's a jackknife tractor trailer at East Mancunian on Roxbury by exit 27. Only the left lane is squeezing by there. Nice and quiet this morning. And we've got slow traffic in Brooklyn trying to get to Queens on East Minnesota B3 up for the Kosciuszko Bridge. Yeah, it's really heavy right now there. Actually, the left lane is the element over. The other one working B3 westbound down the Brooklyn Bridge. Here's what you need to know about people versus
QVC files for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. We have this beautiful, fresh, look at that. I love how that crocodile just sort of pops against that. This is so like screaming spring and summer to me.
QVC quickly on 9 staffers last year. As you can see, its operations include shift, live streaming on social media platforms like TikTok. QVC, which was founded back in 1986 by Joseph Byron Siegel, shares in QVC Group, which went from over $900 a decade ago, trading less than $3 earlier this week. That's a cool clothes sitting in your closet you'd like to get rid of. eBay's having an in-person offer for the city and wants today. It's so cool. Get inside and it makes something from your home.
No, ma'am.
She doesn't always do that. Nicole speaks in Italian. This is an American. And today on the plane he spoke in English, which maybe was a little sign that he wanted what he was saying to be heard in the U.S. media or the U.S. realm.
A few big stories from the AI world now. Some lawyers in the US are warning their clients that chats with AI in private and are advising them not to treat AI bots like a trusted confidant when their freedom and legal liability is on the line. It comes after a federal judge ruled earlier this year that a former CEO of a financial services company could not keep his AI chats from prosecutors who were pursuing securities fraud charges. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman is asking a judge to dismiss a punitive damages claim in a civil lawsuit brought by his sister, who accuses him of sexual abuse 20 years ago. Altman denies the allegations and is held herself convicted for defamation, seeking $1 damages. And finally today, one for the blind music fans. A jury has found Ticketmaster and its parent company, Live Nation, illegally monopolized US live events market. Shares of ticket rivals like Vivid Seats and StubHub jumped on the prospect that they might get more to compete. But as Reuters' Jody Godoy explains, when fans might feel the difference is still up in the air. So it's not entirely clear yet what this means for concert goers. The jury did find that the anti-competitive conduct caused damages, at least in New York State, on the charges of $900 for each ticket. So whether fans will get that money back, let them go, it's still not here. One of the things the states can seek for the case is structural remedies. That means potential breakups. We don't yet know if they're going to try to seek to have companies sell off Ticketmaster. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player. If you're listening on the smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters. We'll be back tomorrow for that daily headline show.
A ceasefire takes effect. Lisa Brady, Fox News. This time between Israel and Lebanon, where Iran-backed Hezbollah says what it does depends on Israel, which has been fighting the Iran proxy and still plans to keep troops in some areas during the 10-day ceasefire. President Trump speaking with the Lebanon president and Israeli prime minister earlier today, inviting both to the White House for talks.
Officials are telling us the president was working with leaders at his level, while Secretary Rubio worked at the ambassador level, and a White House official tells us as these calls were happening, the State Department was simultaneously working with the respective governments to formulate a memorandum of understanding for the ceasefire.
Fox's Peter Doocy at the White House. Iran has been pushing for a ceasefire in Lebanon as Pakistan works to arrange more talks between the U.S. and Iran.
Iran wants to make a deal, and we're dealing very nicely with them. We're going to have a good that's a big factor, and they're willing to do things today that they weren't willing to do.
The ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is set to end next week. The House Speaker is still working to get more Republicans on board with extending part of the surveillance law that allows intelligence agencies to spy on foreign suspects without a warrant. Wednesday, Speaker Johnson said he was aiming for a vote by Thursday. When asked about that Thursday, he said,
Won't give you any detail yet, right? We're in the middle of that, but I think we're building consensus, and I'm very optimistic we'll get there.
Andrew Fox's chat program will be later tonight. We will detail what, if any, compromises have been made. Some House Republicans, including Tim Burchett and Paulina Luna, said earlier they were still planning to vote no against a FISA extension. Burchett insisted that the extension of warrantless surveillance on foreign suspects would still need a provision requiring a warrant to search for any American data that gets swept up during use of the FISA tool. Fox's Jessica Wilson. America is listening to Fox News.
Every business is asking the same question. Will AI work for us? No more waiting with NetSuite Power.
love it when I turn up the bass. They love it when I turn up the bass. They love it when I turn up the bass. They love it when I turn up the bass.
Yeah.